The season is underway.
Oh, down goes. Yeah, they got him in the slipstream.
Beautifully done. It's a win, number 2. Oh, that's a problem.
Ready early on this lap. One and down.
This time they go up on, and Hiroki Ono, very much part of it. A crash, 2 down onto victory corner, right enjoying himself. Ran down through the inside. Sartak out of 6 completed race circuits here for these bikes.
Oh,
and there's an
down
error.
goes Sartak.
We've got a casualty. Oh, is that Hiroki?
Is that Hiroki Ono?
That is Hiroki Ono.
He just bounced off the back of his bike.
Well, Hiroki doing his own little bit of engineering as well. No, Ramdan Rosley has pulled out. Rocco Sessler tries to hold on. He's able to take a P1 today. But there is your champion, confirmed. Ono takes it from Atikanga in 3rd.
Whereupon just missed
that his boy? I'm assuming it's his boy. So it's a win-win-win all around.
Well, hello and welcome to the Chang International Circuit at Buriram in Thailand for the first round of the FIM Idemitsu Asia Road Racing Championships. And the sun is shining here. The weather is very, very hot. And Barry Russell, yesterday we saw record high track temperatures that the riders had to deal with. But the good news is that everyone was dealing with them very well, and we're getting ready for our first race of today, the TVS One Make Championship.
Yeah, although it's baking hot, it's a little bit cooler today. Some very welcome cloud, as you can see on the screen there, has just bubbled up into the sky.
Yes, the riders are out on the grid, ready for the TVS One Make Championship, their first round of the year. Of course, this being the first round of the championship, as we look back down towards the pit complex here at the Buriram circuit. And it's great to be here. My first ever time here. Very impressive facility, Barry. And we can see turn 2 there, which is what is it really a corner? That's the big question here, because as they head up towards the top end of the circuit, that's where we see higher speeds and the latest braking, bringing them down to a head back round down towards the pit complex here. And you can see the grid just being cleared as the riders will be getting ready to head up on their warm-up lap. And let's take a closer look at this Buriram circuit. Turn 1, well, that starts the long run down the straight to turns 2 and 3.
Yeah, very heavy braking there at turns 1, turn 3 and turns 12 on this circuit. Often get lots of action there, especially at turn 12. But challenging track and very fast turn 4 that these bikes will be taking almost flat out.
Yeah, the infield section there through turns 4, 5, 6, and then we head up towards the back end of the circuit. Very fast and flowing, and we've seen some riders being able to really make advantages there. But it's Sarthak that qualified on pole position this morning with an impressive lap. Hiroki Ono, the reigning champion, on the second position on the grid. And Hunter Corney, the Australian, making his debut, rounds out that front row.
Yeah, and on row 2 we've got the runner-up in last year's championship, Ramdan Rosley. Next to him, a very rapid and resurgent Kim Min-jae, the South Korean, qualified 5th, and next to him in 6th, Chirant Vishwanath.
Ati Kanga on row 3, position number 7. Louis Miguel, the Spanish rider, in position number 8. And Randy, the rider from Indonesia, who put in some great performances in practice and qualifying. Well, wasn't as good in qualifying as what I think he was hoping. He'll start at position number 9.
Yeah, definitely one to watch. And on row 4, we've got KY Ahmed, familiar face in this series. Less familiar, but a great, rapid rider from Underbones. Haziq Farouz is 11th. Outside him, Senthil Kumar.
Yeah, great to see an Indian rider in there as well. And some Indian riders going very, very fast in this category. We look back to row 5. It's Acid on row 5 with position number 13. Leandro, the Filipino rider, in 14th, and the field rounded out by Kansat as well. So all on the identical Apache RR310s, a very adjustable, delectable looking motorcycle. We saw a couple of problems for a few riders this morning. One of them had engine failure, and that means that he'll be starting a little bit further back in the grid, but certainly that's someone to keep your eye on.
Yeah,
I think that was Rendy, was it?
That was Haziq Farouz, if I recall correctly.
So he's starting out at position number 11, so keep your eye on him. He's been rapid this weekend.
Yeah, and the other one with the problem was Kanatat Jaiman, who went off on his outlap.
Yes,
so
and
nothing
didn't
for
record
him.
a lap.
But very rapid rider. It'd be interesting to see what he does, and indeed Haziq, as they come to take their positions.
Best thing about this class for me, Barry, we've got that mixture of young up-and-coming riders and the old experienced heads as well. There's no better gauge for the young riders to know that when they're starting to really get on the pace, that they can keep up with those very experienced campaigners. None more so than the reigning champion Hiroki Ono coming back to try and defend that title.
Exactly, the first 2 rows reflecting exactly that, young and older, let's say.
Yeah, Hunter Corney, the reigning champion from the Oceania Blue Crew Junior Cup, having his first foray in the TVS One Make Championship. Dominated that championship last year, and hoping to have a successful outing this weekend at his first visit to the Chang International Circuit here in Buriram.
Fantastic weekend for him so far.
Red flag leaves the front of the grid. We're ready to go racing. Lights out and we're away. Looked like a great start from Hunter Corney from position number 3. He got the jump on board bike number 9 and could very well lead them down into the first corner as they go through. He does. Hiroki Ono didn't look like he got off the line as well. He was left by Sarthak and also Hunter Corney in the run to the first corner. Has he been able to gather himself up now as they head up the straight through turn 2? Just looking for him there, Hiroki Ono looking to utilise the slipstream. Look at that, that's experience.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of elbows there between Hunter Corney and Sarthak Chavan.
Matt is making his way up as well from the second row of the grid. A few different lines on the exit of turn 3 there as they make their way back down now along this long straight to turn 4, but it is Hiroki Ono that leads. Sarthak, the pole sitter, in second position, coming up now in position number 3. Look like the rider on bike number 2, that's Ramdan Rosley.
Yeah, Hunter Corney dropped back after that fantastic launch. Probably just put off his stroke a little bit by that clash.
Yeah, there was a fair bit of action heading up into turn 3 on the first occasion as they start to settle themselves down now halfway round this first lap. Sector 2 times coming in. Chirant looking like he's on a bit of a move as well, a bit further back in the field. Keep your eye on him on board bike number 4. Some pretty close action there.
Yeah, Sarthak and Ramdan have got in front of Hiroki Ono at this stage. Early stage though it is.
I think that close action that we looked at a little bit further back on bike number 10, that was Rendy making his way forward. He was one of the riders that was a little bit faster than what his qualifying performance would indicate. as Hiroki Ono tries to utilise the slipstream once again, but has to play second fiddle as they make their way through the final corner and out onto the straight for the first time. It is Ramdan Rosley that leads. Ono in second place. Sarthak, the pole sitter, back into third. Hunter Corney, front row of the grid start, sitting in fourth position, looking pretty comfortable early on after a little bit of an altercation at turn 3 on that first lap.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Phil, Hunter Corney is doing a brilliant job at making sure that front 3 don't get away, and he's bringing the rest of the field with him, or a good part of it. So you've got Hunter Corney there, you've got Ati Kangair, number 5, we know he's quick.
Well, I think
yeah.
Atif actually was under attack from Tiranth as they came into turn 3 on that occasion, and Rendy's moved his way up now into 7th position as well. So keep your eye on board bike number 10. He's starting to just claw his way forward. He's overtaken a couple of riders on that last lap. Massive amount of slipstream usage as they make their way down through that part of the circuit.
Yeah, they concertinaed it up on the under slipstream then. Look, maybe the front 4 were going to get away. And it was who was the bravest on the brakes. Yeah. The bravest at the moment as they make their way through this infield section. Heading up round through turn 6 now. Looks like it's the rider on board bike number 2. That's Ramdan Rosley, has made his way to the front. The distinctive white helmet. Yeah, Sartak stays in touch in P2, and Hiroki Ono inevitably in touch with those front 2. And the experience of Hiroki Ono is not going to do anything silly early on this race. He's going to sit there and possibly even keep his powder dry towards the end of this 7-lap race, where the age and experience will just start to come to the fore. That will be the real test for the young riders, Barry. Can they compete towards the latter half of this race? But another thing that they've got to try and contend with this weekend is the heat that we've got here this weekend. All of the riders saying about how energy sapping it is as we see Sarthak go back to the lead. That's your pole man. Yeah, Sarthak was spectacular and quick here last year, but he was wild. It's a different rider now. He's got a lot more experience, much more level head on his shoulders, and he fancies the win here. And so does Ramdan Rosley, because he always does. If ever there was a description of Ramdan Rosley, it would be indomitable. So he takes the lead as they go through turn 3. Hiroki Ono just slid his way up the inside of Sartak to take up the running in second position. Look at the slipstream here. Sartak, Hunter Corney and Rosley all utilising the slipstream there. You can see Rosley got left out of it, and then he just made his way back into it to try and make sure that he wasn't left out as they make their way down into turn 4 now. In this tricky infield section where there's a couple of corners run in close proximity to each other. Left, and then right through turns 4, 5 and 6. The little 310 single-cylinder machines are getting a serious workout around this very long and fast with lots of straw. There's a couple of riders there. I think that was Hazik who was just out there off the circuit. Yeah, big shake there from Hunter Corney, who's he's dropped back again. Yeah, unfortunately. Looked like big head shake there. We'll probably see that again in a minute. Yeah, and he ran off the circuit. Was lucky to keep the bike upright, but he's gone way back in the field with a lot of work to do now to try and make his way back forward as we come round to complete 3 laps very shortly. There we go, into the final corner and out onto the straight one more time. That's 3 laps down. Yeah, this is really good work by Sartak Shrivan. He's no longer, it appears, in awe of Hiroki Ono. Ramdan's there as well. Ati Kangair made his way up into that leading group as well, the number 5. So Corney in that massive moment, Barry has dropped back down to a 10th position. As up the inside, it goes Ramdan Rosley again. Move up into a second position. Oh, big moment, big moment there. I'm not sure who that was. I think it may have been Sartak, and he's gone way back in that. Yeah, there was no way he was going to let go of that. Let's have a look. I'm not sure if there was a bit of contact between him and the rider in front, but that was certainly a massive moment. Look at that complete loss of drive there. And paid a very, very heavy price for that small misdemeanor. So two front runners have put themselves back and with a lot of work to do. Hunter Corney being the other one.
That Louis Miguel on board bike number 8 has managed to make his way forward now, due to a couple of other riders having some drama halfway round that last lap. In fact, he just set the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, it's just so interesting that once again Ramdan Rosley is the rider that is staying there with Hiroki Ono, but Luis Miguel, this is impressive from the Spanish debutant in this series.
He qualified back on the 3rd or 4th row of the grid too, so making his way well and truly forward now in this race. Just goes to show there's qualifiers and then there's races.
Yep, and of course he's getting used to the machine as well. So Luis Miguel showing some real quality here. Sartak back up to 4th now. Let's just see what the distance is. It was more than half a second back.
Top speed was Leandro Paredes on board bike number 13 with 204.5 kilometres an hour. That's a pretty impressive top speed. Very, very close though, as you would expect in this series where all the bikes are identical. And you could get any bike when you turn up to the next round. All of them just over the 200 kilometre mark, the fastest 204.5. So less than 4 odd kilometres in top speed between all of those top guys out front. It is Hiroki Ono, the reigning champion, that leads. About mid-race distance.
Hiroki Ono's going to be comfortable in that position right now. He knows he's got Ramdan behind him. Hunter Corney is on a mission there to repair the damage that he did a couple of laps ago.
I'll tell you what, he has caught up a fair amount on this last lap. Going to be very interesting to see what Hunter Corney's lap times are as they come round to complete this lap. This will be 5 completed laps. Hunter Corney on board bike number 9 is now up into 6th position. He's dropped back to 9th, so he's got the better of Kim Min Jae, Rendy and Hasik Perez as well on that last lap. Back to the front though, it is Hiroki Ono. Two riders at the front of the race with bikes number 1 and 2.
Yeah.
The big spoiler though is Louis Miguel on board bike number 8. Just pulled out of the slipstream a fraction early there to get the real advantage as he came down to turn 1. Tries to go up the inside, can't get a manoeuvre done on the brakes there into turn 1. He'll now get his head down behind the screen and utilise the slipstream as they come up this big long straight. Goes through the kink at turn 2, and then it'll be hard on the brakes at turn 3. Has a bit of a look over his shoulder. He's managed to draft them all, and he's now into the lead of the race.
This is good to see a rider we don't know in this series coming through and taking the fight to the established leaders and just hanging on pretty well there are Sartak, who's catching up. Ati Kangera is still there, and Hunter Corney a few bike lengths back.
So Hunter Corney did a 50.7, so that's not too far off the fastest lap of the race, but Sartak also did a 50.7 on that last lap as well. They were the two fastest riders, along with Hasik Perez as well, all in the 50.7s. 50.8 from Kim Min Jae as well.
Yeah, Kim Min Jae continuing to make his progress now.
And when you have a look at those lap times, Barry, what that tells me is that the riders back to about 8th position and now starting to make their way forward. We could very well have quite a large pack coming into the last couple of laps if they can hold this pace. As well, the temperature starts to really heat up now as we get to the dying stages of this 8-lap encounter. The first of our races here for the first round of the FIM Idemitsu Asia Road Racing Championships. And what a good way to start the program.
Brilliant. And Hunter Corney is doing a good job of pulling those riders back up onto that leading group. But I think you're right, Phil. There's going to be a group of maybe 8 bikes fighting for the lead as we get to the final stages. 2 more laps to go.
Oh, was that Louis Miguel using the slipstream to perfection there to just blast on past Ramdan Rosley down the short start-finish straight. Just goes to show you how important the slipstream is on these small bikes on this very large and long circuit. You can see in there, crosses from one side of the track to the other. Hiroki Ono going right up the inside to make sure there's no one that can try and get up the inside and out-break him into turn 3. So he holds down the lead. Sartak has moved up into 4th position now.
Yeah, Kawai Ahmed coming onto the back of that group as well. Off and on, we've seen good flashes from the young Indian, Kawai Ahmed. Hunter Corney going to the outside of the circuit as they blast down to turn 4.
Not sure if he'd used the slipstream there and then was trying to set himself up for a manoeuvre on the brakes. Zeke Perez has just dropped off the back of fraction, but makes a fair bit of that up on the brakes into the turn 4-5 area. Closes up onto the back of Hunter Corney's machine, bike number 9. Of course, Hunter Corney's got his rider coach, the great Gary McCoy, here with him this weekend as well. Gary McCoy was a man that Hunter Corney's been working with for a long time, not just through his job as the coach of the Blue Crew Junior Cup, where Corney won that championship last year, but the fact that they both live in Queensland not too far apart. And he's seen the immense talent that this young man has quite a while ago and been involved ever since.
Yeah, what a buzz to have him in the paddock, Gary McCoy.
They don't come much more exciting on a motorcycle than Gary McCoy.
Absolutely.
Round we come to complete another lap. This is 7 laps down. We're starting to get to the business end now, Barry, of the first race for the TVS One Make Championship. And it is Hiroki Ono, the reigning champion, that leads. Ramdan Rosley in second.
Yeah, sorry, for 1.2 seconds covering the top 7.
And remember that only a couple of laps ago, Hunter Corney was cast adrift from the lead pack after that massive moment that he had, that he dropped way back in the field, back to 9th position. And he's just done the fastest lap of the race, a 150.249 for Hunter Corney. And there he comes up the inside, tries to go up. Was he just made up 3 positions in one go, has he? No, he's going to drop 1 of those positions.
Yeah, he'll make up 1 there, but now he's in the slipstream. He's not one of the bigger riders in this group, is he?
He certainly has got a great power to weight ratio advantage. But the other thing is, this is not unusual to see Hunter Corney do this, because the exact same thing happened to him in the last race of the Asia R3 Cup race last year at the Bend Motorsport Park, where he was sent wide by another rider with a couple of laps to go. We thought his job was, or his challenge was well and truly done, but he came back to actually win the race. So not unusual to see Hunter Corney have a big moment and then come back and make amends for it. And he could be now sitting in a very, very good position as we get down to halfway around this final lap of the race. But the man that's made a break at the front is the reigning champion, Hiroki Ono. As we mentioned, that age and experience is certainly coming to the fore now as a big moment there for Sartak. He's off the circuit, lucky to stay on that bike.
Yeah, 2 mistakes in one race is too many for the Indian. He has calmed down a lot from last year, but ice cool at the front as they come in towards the final turn is Hiroki Ono. Determined as ever is Ramdan Rosley.
Oh, round the outside though, Lou Miguel challenged for the second position. He could very well get the second position, he does. So it's Hiroki Ono takes the win. Louis Miguel gets second. Ramdan Rosley rounds out your top 3. What a race. That's it, he kept it nice and calm for the whole race. That's it, Kangar on bike number 5, and he will finish in 4th position. And Sartak managed to recover from that moment to finish in 5th. How he did that, I'm still not sure.
Yeah, that was 2 recovery jobs from Sartak. Did well to come through in 5th. If he hadn't made those errors, the leaderboard here would have been a little bit different. And that is a very respectable first race for Hunter Corney.
And also too, is that the fastest lap of the race on the last lap for Louis Miguel to take second place, a 150.681. That's very, very impressive. Just having, I know there was he did a faster lap than that in the middle of the race. So I think Hunter Corney's 150.368 looks like it still could be the fastest lap of the race. So, okay, so he had a big moment. Hunter Corney still finished in 6th position. He'll go back now, knowing that he can take a lot away from that race.
Yeah, by the way, I do remember that recovery at the Bend by Hunter Corney.
It was impressive.
In the Blue Crew race, yeah.
It was impressive, but so was this man, Hiroki Ono. That's an impressive wheel stand as well.
Yep, he's got great race, great celebrations. He absolutely loves it.
And he could get a job as a stuntman if they ever need some lunchtime entertainment by the look of that.
Well, that's about a 1 kilometre stand-up wheelie he's just done.
Nice puff of smoke from the front wheel, because it had pretty much stopped completely by the time he got to the end of that straight from turn 3 back to turn 4. So impressive ride, impressive wheelie. Great way to start the weekend for him. Here's a replay of the finish. You can see there Hiroki Ono just a bike length or two ahead of Louis Miguel, back in third. That battle there was won by Louis Miguel when he did not give way and forced his way through at the final corner and rode around the outside of Ramdan Rosley on the entry to take that second place, and a great start for his championship.
Great race.
So the rates, was that under investigation? Oh, Louis Miguel for exceeding track limits at turn 4 on the final lap.
Well, let's see. They'll be rolling that tape as we speak.
So hold the phone.
Yeah, let's see how that turns out.
Well, if that's the case, he does get a penalty. That could put Athi Kangar up into the podium positions.
Yep, and the number 2 Ramdan into P2. He hasn't finished yet.
He's still going. Is that the same wheelie?
It could be.
So no need for race direction to have a look at the results of that man there.
Yeah, so we'll just hold a little bit before we show the results, because the race direction should be able to make that decision pretty quickly. Was he on the green or not?
So impressive performance, but we did say halfway through the race, Barry, was Hiroki Ono just sitting there, keeping his powder dry, getting ready for the final stages of the race to mount that challenge. And it was pretty much round halfway through the final lap that he made that break, and they weren't able to go with him. So we're having word now that the race results are being confirmed. So here is your confirmed race results for the first of our TVS Asia One Make Championship races here at the Chang International Circuit in Buriram. And it is bike number 8 will drop 1 position. He's still on the podium. Still a great result for Louis Miguel. So that will put Ramdan Rosley up into second place, as you said, Barry. So we've got 1 and 2 at the start of the season on the top 2 steps of the podium. Great to see the Spanish challenger make his way onto the podium.
Yeah, it is. The timing screen's adjusted accordingly.
And unfortunately for Athi Kangar, the penalty didn't allow him to step up on the podium, but 4th place is a great result for him. 5th was Sartak and Hunter Corney in 6th. That's your top 6 in our first TVS race of the year.
All right, Hiroki, once again, a big congratulations to you. A fabulous start once again to your 2025 season. How was it out there on the track?
Yeah, from Friday, my feeling no bad, but session by session, I improve. Then race 1, I try to push, but still feeling no good. But this first place, this is a good result for me, and also a good start for the season.
Thank you so much, Hiroki. Big congratulations to you. Good luck tomorrow.
Well, highlights of the TVS Asia One Make Championship race number 1. And it was a lackluster launch off the line for Hiroki Ono, but halfway around the first lap, Barry started to make up for it. Hunter Corney led them into the first corner and then dropped back a fraction.
Yep, he had elbows with another rider, I can't remember, but this was a massive moment for Sartak Chavan. He stayed on the bike and he recovered, he caught up, and later on he'll do it again.
The biggest benefactor from that moment, though, was Louis Miguel on board bike number 8, who managed to charge his way forward, seemingly came from about 5th or 6th position, and he was up there challenging the leaders as Hiroki Ono and Ramdan Rosley gave him a serious workout in his introduction to this championship, but the 3 of them just started to break away a fraction with a few laps to go.
Yeah, it's no surprise to see Hiroki Ono and Ramdan at the front there, but it was a pleasant surprise to see a brand new rider up there as well.
Yeah, after the earlier indiscretion, Hunter Corney managed to fight his way back as well, and we're looking like we're going to have a 6-bike battle towards the end of the race. But in the end, it came down to the last lap. That was where Hiroki Ono was the smartest. Ramdan Rosley and Louis Miguel fought over that position. Look at them there. Miguel utilising the slipstream as they made their way down the straight. He was a demon on the brakes, but look at that, 6 riders in that lead group towards the end of the race.
Yeah, and going wide there. Is that, no. Yeah, that was Hunter. But as he is wont to do, Hiroki Ono pulled the pin on the final lap. But yeah, let's look at this finish.
That move there from Rosley, that was the one that got him up into second position, but unfortunately halfway around that last lap he had exceeded the track limits and was forced to drop 1 position. Nonetheless, a sensational ride from him in his first ride in this championship with 2 extremely experienced campaigners. Hiroki Ono takes the win.
Brilliant, and there is your winner. So, onto the podium now. There's our first look at Luis Miguel.
And your race winner from Japan, Hiroki Ono.
So the riders will take their position and we will hear the national anthem of Japan.
Now to present the third prize award, we would like to invite Mr. Tawachai Nusin, Race Technician for Olins Asia Company Limited. In third place, from Spain, Luis Miguel.
So third place award goes to Luis Miguel. There he is.
Second prize award, we would like to invite Mr. Minus Wang, manager of A Racer, to the podium. In second place, from Malaysia, Muhammad Ramdan Rosli. And now to present the first prize award, we would like to invite Mr. Kentaro Kobayashi, Sumitomo Rubber Industries Limited, Dunlop.
There is Mr. Kentaro
Ladies and gentlemen,
Kobayashi for Sumitomo Rubber Industries, otherwise known as Dunlop, to hand out the first prize to his compatriot and defending champion Hiroki Ono.
Applause for the TVS Asia one-make race winners. And a big thank you once again to Mr. Tawachai Nusin, Mr. Midas Huang, and Mr. Kentaro Kobayashi for presenting the awards to our winners.
Well, congratulations to Hiroki Ono, takes the win, and of course being the first round of the championship, the defending champion gets off to the absolutely perfect start there, Barry, with top points. But I think he knows it's going to be a pretty hard battle if that race is anything to go by.
Yeah, got some riders coming to challenge him now, not only Ramdan.
There we go, 25 points for Hiroki Ono, leads the championship with Ramdan Rosli in second, Lou Miguel in third, Atith Kangar in fourth, Sartak in fifth, Hunter Corney, great start for the young Australian, in sixth, Kim Min Jae, the Rapid South Korean, doing a great job as well, and Senthil Kumar rounds out your top 8 on 7 points.
counter-attack German. We haven't seen much of him, but he scored 6 points by virtue of a P9 finish. Rennie was 10th, he's got plenty more to come. Kawa Ahmed, 4 points for him, he's 11th. 12th, Arshad Rishdi, welcome back to the Singaporean. Azik Farouz, more to come from the Malaysian. 13th, 14th, Chiran, and 15th, Leandro Paredes, who did not finish today.
That two DNFs for some of the riders, but there's plenty more action coming up here from the Chang International Circuit. Back shortly.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG.
For the first race of the Underbone 150s. A little bit Tony. For turn 12, the inside, there is Con 222, Fahmi Bassam. And we've got our first casualty.
And the other rider goes right back there.
Oh,
no.
Second, stay out of trouble for the first 6 laps. Absolutely, perfectly. Consistency in its accumulation of points. Nazol stays on one side. Aditya falls. Kupita Kresna. Very strong start from first time we've seen the pink livery. We're on board here. Slides out. Comes around the outside. It's going to be a long way round. 2 are taken out. Nakidasi. Fahmi Bassam is quick off the line.
Down he goes.
Has a little look as well.
Down
Right then,
goes
it's
one of the
around this first corner.
Number 23 of this race, and down goes Izajin. Great to see the out.
Corner number 12 is pushed. There is a man down. Fahmi Bassam.
And a big thank you to Mr. Don.
And welcome back to the Chang. Welcome back to the Chang International Circuit, and the temperature is about to just get a little bit of a raise, Barry, because heading out onto the grid is the Underbone 150 class, which always delivers sensational racing action, which quite often comes down to the last corner.
Yeah, it does, especially here. But you see a lot of jockeying for position, a lot of tactics. You see riders going from the front of the group to the back of the group and then back again. It's a really intriguing, absolutely chaotic if you don't really know what's going on in the spectacle.
But the best thing about, we witnessed the Super Pole session this morning where there was none of that action. The riders were out there on track, by themselves, and it all came down to their lap time. Talk us through how this works, because it reminds us all of the glory days of Superpole in World Superbikes.
It does indeed, yeah. So the fastest 10 from qualifying go through to Superpole. They go off 5 bikes at a time at 20-second intervals, starting with the slowest. And of course, the idea is to isolate the performance of the rider and the machine. And this was such an intriguing session we had this morning. That's the 222. That's the defending champion, Fahmi Bassam, the young Indonesian rider who sensationally won this title last year. That is the number 43 of April King Moscado, the rapid Filipino.
And I think even though Fahmi Bassam was in, he was in the first lot of 5 riders, wasn't he? But he managed to put in a time that would eventually secure him a front row of the grid position to start this first race.
Yeah, he went to the top and then stayed there, watching it from the technical area. But this was Fahmi. And then the second group went out, led by Racetech 60's Dimas Juliat Moko. Doesn't get any more distinctive than that. He made a mistake on the last corner.
Yeah, that cost him a fair bit as they came out. He just didn't get the run on the straight. That was Nazarul on board bike number 87. He's been fast in qualifying, but his lap was super clean. And at that stage, as he came across the line, he put an impressive lap in, which would eventually secure him second place on the grid.
But what happened with this rider was absolutely sensational. The last rider out, he was fastest in qualifying, and he went round, did the most superb Superpole lap, and he will start from pole. Sharyl Shazras, Sharyl Yuzi.
And also the team looked pretty happy with that, kissing the camera at the end of qualifying there. But Sharyl Shazras was unbelievable in that Superpole session. A 2:01.447. Now he's got 12 corners in this race one to try and negotiate around this circuit. But these bikes, unlike a lot of the other ones here this weekend, Barry, they're pretty much just held completely flat for, I'd say, about 90% of this circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see all the slipstreaming opportunities. We're going to go to Daniel on the grid.
On the grid here for the Underbone 150s. Now, don't be fooled by the cloud cover. It is still boiling hot and plenty humid. We're going to have a chat with Fahmi Bassam. What I'm going to ask him is, as usual, we know that the Underbone grids are super fast and we're going to see a big group. What can we hope from him? So, Fahmi, seperti biasa, semua orang cepat di grid untuk Underbone. Apa yang bisa kami harapkan dari Fahmi hari ini?
Untuk race 1 hari ini, saya berusaha tampil semaksimal mungkin dan memberikan yang terbaik untuk tim saya. LPNHP 969 Racing Team Indonesia. Mohon untuk doanya warga Indonesia selalu mendoakan saya.
Thank you so much, Fahmi. Good luck. So what he was saying is he's going to give the best result that he can, the best result for the team, and he's hoping and thanking everyone in Indonesia for all the praise that they've given him and all the well wishes. So now we're going to make our way down the grid. It's a busy grid for the Underbone class as always. We're seeing a lot of good names. We've got Nazrul Izzat, who's starting in 8th. Didn't get the best of qualifyings, but it might be a strategic position for him to be at. Aditya Fauzi next to him in P9. Just as we make our way down the grid, Afif Amran as well. Down a couple of rows next to Wayu Aji. And it's interesting, the qualifying, the Superpoles didn't go the way we thought it would. Even Akid Aziz is all the way down in 17th. We expected Akid to be in a fiery form, but you can never discount Akid when it comes to a race. So now we're making our way to the last row on the grid for the Underbone 150s with the brand new manufacturer that we haven't seen before. It's the Vogue FR 150s, and we're going to have a chat with Afizi Supat. He's currently on 26. Next to him is none other than Azan Shah, who is actually the team boss. So I'm going to ask Afizi a quick question. I'll translate the question afterwards. So Afizi, kami tahu motor Afizi diperlukan banyak kerja yang perlu dilakukan dan data yang diperlukan. So, apakah yang Afizi harapkan untuk perlombaan ni?
Saya mengharapkan saya habiskan race dengan baik. Kalau ada point tu adalah bonus bagi kita orang. So, kita orang masih lagi try cari. So, kita harap final ni lebih baik lah.
So basically what I asked him, was that we know that the Vosges machine and the team need all the data that's required, and they're still working on it. What does he hope for? So he was saying that if he gets points, it's a bonus, and there's still a lot of things that they're working on, but they found a few things, and hopefully for the final race it's going to be good. Thank you so much, Afizi. Good luck, and good luck to you too, Hassan Shah. Back to you, Phil and Barry.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Yeah, great to hear, and it's always great to see another new manufacturer come into a championship, and that's an impressive looking bike as well. Let's hope they get all the data they need and their rider can score points in this race.
Yeah, fast in a straight line. They've got a bit of sorting out to do, but yeah, I mean, it's been Yamaha and Honda forever, so great to see that Chinese manufacturer coming in. Great shot of the grid there. There is your pole man, number 61, Charles Chazras. He was so excited after setting pole position, he forgot that he actually speaks really good English.
And actually, well, I think he actually broke into intermittent English halfway through the interview, but yeah, he was extremely excited. And it was an impressive lap. He was probably just still pumped up full of adrenaline. The speed that they get out of these bikes, every time I see them, it absolutely amazes me. And always the racing action is very, very exciting because the bikes are so close. But how they manage to get the speed, especially corner speed, out of those extremely thin tyres, especially the ones on the back of the bike. They're pretty much the same size as the front, well, when you look at them.
Yeah.
But they obviously have a lot of confidence in the work that the teams are doing to prepare great bikes for them. Because the commitment is certainly, well, can't be denied.
Absolutely. And we were just looking at Akira Ziz there, who came within a couple of points of the championship last season, as he always seems to be up there. Some brand new helmet designs for the start of the season. That is April King Moscado, the Filipino. Real hero at home. We're hoping to see some great things from him in this series. And there's the number 96 of Farrell Rashidan.
Of course, this is a great stepping stone, Category 2, Barry, to other categories, and especially the next category up, the AP 250 category.
Yeah, it is indeed. And there's I think he's the most experienced rider on the grid, Ahmed Fazl Sham for Cardinals Factory Racing. Always there. Expect to see him lead this race at some stage. There's number 23, double champion, the Indonesian, in with a new team this time around for Sia LFN HP 969. There is Nazrul Izahat Bahudin.
I think the championship last year was dominated by Yamaha, wasn't it, at the front of the championship? So good to see a Honda out there on pole position for the first round of 2025.
Yeah, Daniel and I were talking about this earlier. I can't remember the last time we saw a Honda on pole. There is 177 new colours for Aditya Fauzi this year. Still fast. We know how much he loves to race, and he likes to lead from the front. And I don't know if you noticed there, Phil, they got this hump on the front of the seat, because of course these bikes don't have fuel tanks, or not fuel tanks as we know them on conventional motorcycles. More of that later.
Yeah, certainly. Well, they're strange looking race bikes, but the thing is that they are essentially a heavily modified scooter. But you look at them and like the way that the teams are pulling them down and working on them, it could very well be a superbike, the way that they're treating the bike, stripping them down after all of the sessions. It was great watching a few of the teams working on them yesterday.
Yeah.
And massive grids.
Yeah, and this has viewers from all over the world. So if you're watching from outside of Asia, and I know a lot of you are, then welcome to the mayhem.
So getting ready to head off on the final warm-up lap now. Not that they'll need too much warming up with the baking hot temperatures that we have here at the Chang International Circuit. We're ready to go on this warm-up lap before we get underway for the first Underbone 150 race of the year. Of course, Super Pole saw Charles Chazras at the top of the sheets. Once we get underway, we're going to see a massive group of riders battling for the lead at every single corner. So visors down. Hear the engine started there. They're away on this warm-up lap. So 25 plus riders, I think, Barry, in this category.
Yeah, always a lot, and you will see probably 15 in the leading group. Here's the grid.
Minimum of 15. So Cheryl Sozaras on board the Honda will start out of pole position. Fahmi Bassam on board the Yamaha, and Husni Zainul on board another Yamaha make up the first row.
And leading row 2 is Owen Sanjaya for Yamaha LFN HP 969. Next to him, April King Moscado for UMA Philippines, and Hafiz Faril Rasyadan for Forest One Evo in P6.
Row 3 was Gupta Kresna, the Indonesian rider, in position number 7. Nazrul Izzat on board another Yamaha in position number 8, and another Honda back there in position number 9 with Aditya Fuzzi.
And on row 4, we've got Dimas Juliat Moko for Racetech 60, Afif Amran for Pittsbike Superfast JRT, and outside of him, Team Boss for Racetech 60, YUIG Triluxana.
Next row is position number 13, John Emerson Ignito, the Filipino rider, on board another Yamaha. Masato Fernando, his countryman next to him, and Ahmed Fazrul Sham on board another Yamaha in position number 15.
And in P16, Adib Arshad for UMA Racing. Akid Aziz next to him for Pittsbike Superfast JRT. Starting way back for him, Akid Aziz, and Ahmad Dawizi Sahir for Extremo Uzi outside of him.
Yeah, JPNW SND Factory Racing's Kiki Sudirman in position number 19. Amarul Arif for the Matzo NWN team in position number 20. And Pirapong back there in 21st, one for all.
On row 8, in P22, Filipino, NJ Sobratodo. Next to him, Mohamed Febriancia. And in P24, Shamil Amsia Effendi.
Grid rounded out by the two Malaysians, Tenguku Amaril and Afazi Supat, both for the Vogue AS25 racing team. That's the brand new bike, and hopefully they both finish the race and the team gets some worthwhile data to set them up for a successful race tomorrow.
And wasn't it good to see Aslan Shah holding the umbrellas for those lads?
Yep, Aslan Shah, of course, no stranger to Asian road racing fans. Good to see him out there on the grid and putting a lot back into the sport.
Yeah, we were all concerned when there were rumours of his retirement last year, but they proved to be exaggerated.
A lot of the riders might decide to retire and then realise they can't do without it.
Yeah, and he's back on a new superbike and he's got a new team on the Underbone grid. That's Afif Amran, the number 50 for Pittsbike Superfast JRT. Teammate to Akid Aziz. Really strong lineup there.
Starting out at position number 20, and also another one running the odd-coloured wheels that we noticed this morning in qualifying. Seems to be the thing of 2025.
Yeah, why not?
So pulling up onto the grid now. Remember, at Cheryl Sozaras starting out of pole position. Nazrul Izzat in second, and Fahmi Basim in third place. That will get well and truly mixed up as we head into turn 1 on this first lap. Certainly don't sound like anything other than a high-performance race engine inside those Underbone 150s as we get ready to go racing. The team's all starting to get very nervous now as they look on. Red flag leaves the front of the grid. We're ready to go racing. First of our Underbone 150 races for the year. Lights are on. We're away. Good start there from the front row of the grid. They all jumped off the line well. A few of them trying to utilise the slipstream on the run down into the first corner. I think Fahmi Basim's been swamped by a couple of riders. He's managed to get back up into, well, I think it was fourth, then almost third as they make their way out of turn 1. Start the run up towards turn 3 now, all hugging the left-hand side of the circuit as we go through the kink. But it's our poleman, Cheryl Sozaras, that leads on board the 61 bike.
Yeah, my goodness, he really converted that pole position, getting away well and gapping the field. And I'll tell you who else did really well from several rows back was Gupita Krishna, number 23, just going round turn 3 there in 5th place.
Yeah, he started 13th, so he has charged forward on this first lap. Someone's been dropped off the back on that first lap. I think that may have been one of the... oh no, someone's actually had a mechanical failure, Barry, and pulled off on the inside on the grass. So that's unfortunately, an early end for that rider. As we make our way through turn 4 now.
A couple of riders being dropped there. And Dimas Moko, who again started some way back on the grid. Dimas, 18th. He's up into 2nd.
Well, when they put up there was an onboard camera with Cheryl Sizey, I thought to myself, I hope it's pointing backwards, because at the moment he's starting to make a little bit of a break over the rest of the field.
Yeah, that was
you can see there, that's an unheard of break early on in an Underbone race.
Yeah, that was Adib Arshad, the unfortunate breakdown there. And I'm a little bit surprised that Shazrat wasn't pulled in on that long straight. He's done really well.
Is that Gupta Kresna that's up now into 2nd position, or was up into 2nd position on board bike number 23?
Yeah.
He's just been slipstream and has dropped, is that 1, 2, 3, 4 positions as they make their way down into turn 12, the final corner, at this 4.5 kilometre Chang International Circuit. 12 corners, 4.5 kilometres. About 24 overtaking opportunities for the Underbone 150 riders. Husni Zainal has made his way up into a 3rd place on board bike number 143 as well.
Yeah, he's running with Fahmi Bassam and Dimas Juliet Moko up there as well. Makes you wonder sometimes why we go through that whole qualifying process.
Just pull a number out of the hat, and then that's where you start on the grid. Oh, up the inside, that's Fahmi Bassam, is it? On board the bright yellow machine.
That's Dimas Julie. Fahmi is up there. I think he's in the lead now.
Yeah, out there he is on the 222 machine. Oh, there's a bit of jockeying about, a bit of elbow rubbing as they make their way up the straight, and our early leader, Cheryl Sidras, has been swamped by the field now. You can see them 4 and 5 abreast as we come down into turn 3.
This is the spectacle that has people tuning in from all over planet Earth.
Why wouldn't you want to take any... It's like watching a Moto 3 race, but on far more financially accessible equipment.
Yeah, and a lot of us started with bikes in this way. Just take a little bike, strip everything off it that you don't need. Oh, but there is...
That's the future
Cheryl's teammate.
Yeah, that's Arnett
Dawisi.
So an early end for him.
So 2 mechanicals so far.
I think that's the 143 machine back into the lead now. That's Husni Zainal.
He was quickest yesterday, so we know he's got good pace. Got Afif Ran, number 50, in the middle of the pack there.
The one thing that we know is you get into the lead early on in the race, it's not going to last too long because you'll be swamped pretty much as you come out of the next corner.
Yeah, we're on board now with Cheryl Shazras, who is in the middle of that pack, so it's a good place to have the camera.
Yeah, the onboard camera is a lot more interesting than what it was now when he was a couple of bike lengths ahead on that first lap.
Exactly, yeah, he's now probably not even in the top 10.
Aditya Fuzzy went to the lead on board the 143 machine on the way into the corner and promptly lost it on the way out.
Looks like our defending champion, the number 222, where's he gone?
He was in the lead as they came out of that corner. And now he's back to about 7th or 8th. He's actually wide.
He is, yeah.
He's very wide going into the corner. So that was turn 3.
It's difficult to finish a sentence when you're commentating on an Underbone race.
Because there's been 5 overtakes in the time that you're trying to do that.
And Shazras, who was about 12th 3 corners ago, is now scampering away in the lead.
Way to the next corner. Coming up the inside was the 87 machine. He's come from a fair way back as well. That's Nairul Izzat. He was nowhere as they went through the last couple of corners.
Yeah, Nairul Izzat is absolutely brilliant finisher in this series. He often just comes from nowhere, finds the corner exit speed and just catapults himself across the line.
Well, Gupta Kresna's made his way. What did he start? 13th, Barry. He's made his way up into a 2nd place there momentarily. On board 23 bike.
Yeah, good at keeping himself there. I think his last championship was back in 2014 or 15. So, evergreen rider. New team for him this year.
Rear-facing cameras of the massive Honda line of Underbone 150s making their way around this circuit. down into the final corner. This will be the scene of a lot of action in about 6 laps time. But back to the front, it is the pole man, Charles Seisras, on board bike number 61. Yeah, he's been up and down like a yo-yo.
Yeah, he has. So he knows he can do it. He knows he can go from back to front. He's been pushed really hard now by 2023 champion Nazarov.
So they had just managed to make a very small break over the field as they made their way out of turn 2. For that group behind, it'll be like the peloton catching a couple of breakaway riders in a cycling race. They'll start to catch them up. You can see there Nazarov has a look over his shoulder and he sees that they've already caught up as they make their way into turn 3. And that group of 2 has now become a group of about 20. When you have a look at it, we've got 2 seconds covering the top 18 riders. Well, you wouldn't fit any more riders in a group of 20.
No,
that 2 seconds covering them.
That's absolutely right. And you've got Afifa and Ran there, the number 50, just joining that front 2. But the front 2 rapidly becomes the front 15.
That Fahmi Bassem got a bit of contact and he ran wide as they went into turn 3. And he's dropped back a fraction in that group now. We'll have a look and see as they come through these next couple of corners.
Good work here from Seisras, shadowed by Nazarov.
Dimas Julie has made his way back forward again on board the 202 bike. He dropped back a fair bit into that pack. He's now moved up in about 3rd or 4th position. Very easy to pick out the fluoro yellow machine. Not a lot of screen or fairing to hide behind to try and enable your top speed to get a little bit better, but the top speeds are pretty impressive, Barry, when you consider what they are. 178 odd kilometres an hour, the fastest top speed in this one, and that was April King Mascado.
Yeah, and talking about the high-vis yellow machines, they're both up there at the front. The younger gun, Dimas Julie, and the older, wiser double champion, Waiwaji Trexana, on the other. Waiwaji, the one with the red or the pinky red helmet, just on the left of your screen there.
Yeah, you can see him pull out of the slipstream, trying to make his way forward. He's now coming up the inside. How good is he on the brakes? The answer is he's pretty good because he's made his way up into 4th or 5th position now.
Yeah, Afifa Ran is having a really good race as well. You very rarely see a rider break away in this, as you can imagine, Phil. The last time I remember was about 3, maybe 4 years ago, when Afifa Ran, the number 50, he did it. Somehow he just escaped and ran away.
Well, it's good to see that there's no breakaways because this is what makes this class so exciting. And in fact, you were talking before about Waiwaji Trexana. Was he racing in this class back in 2018, 2019,
yeah.
when the Underbones came to Australia to race in the final race at the final round of the championship at the Ben Motorsport Park?
Yeah, he was.
And he was one of the front runners then.
Yeah, he last won the championship in 2019. Yeah.
So there we go, back on board with Charles Seisras as we negotiate through the tricky infield section of this circuit.
Aditya Fauzi staying up there as well, although he often likes to lead Aditya. Seisras staying very close to the front. Oh, and going off the circuit now. Got 4 laps to go, so that won't result in a penalty.
Well, that excursion was so wide he probably needed to take a packed lunch with him as he managed to get back into the lead though as they come down towards turn 1, but he was way off the circuit. May have been given a little assistance as I think he went into the final corner. Is that another rider that's got a problem there, just pulling out wide? You can see pulling up there on the grass.
I think that's one of the Cardinals' bikes, unfortunately.
Another one putting up his hand.
Who is that? I can't quite see. I think it's one of the UMA Philippines machines.
Was that April King Mascado on board bike number 43? Would that be?
I think it could have been, yeah.
You can see obviously some problem with the bike because these bikes are held at wide open throttle for a very large part of this race.
Yeah, it was. Good spot, Phil.
No, I haven't even got the powerful glasses on either.
You've been practicing, mate. So, back at the front there, I'll tell you what, this number 143, Husni Zainul Fadzi, he's been there or thereabouts all the way through as well. Definitely deserves a mention. There is the number 60 for Race Tech 60, it's his own team. Waiwaji Trilaksana.
We've still got 1.9 seconds covering the top 17 riders as well, with a couple of riders just a few tenths of a second off the back, all the way back to 2.5 seconds. That's Ahmad Fazrul Sham on board the 11 machine. So he's certainly with a little bit of slipstream action, well and truly not out of making his way forward, especially with 3 laps to go. The action is about to start to intensify in 2 laps time as we head off on that final 4.5 kilometre circuit here. This is just like the entree that's being served up at the moment. So through the final corner we go. It is the 96 machine of Hafiz Farul that leads across the line. Clouds starting to come over a little bit too, Barry, as we look outside.
Yeah, it is definitely getting darker. We just saw the father of Shazras looking apprehensively through the grating on the side of the pit wall.
So it is back at the front, Sharel Sizras on board the 61 machine. He qualified on pole, he led the race early, he's dropped back into the pack, went back to the lead, now he dropped back into the pack and has come forward again with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, and Fahmi Basham has just made up 5 or 6 places on the entry to and exit out of that last corner.
I think it was both the Dimas Julia Admoko on board 202 and also Wayu Aji Trilaksana that got a little bit wide into turn 3 as well, but they've both managed to hold position. Getting wide didn't really stop them too much. They got great drive. In fact, Trilaksana going for the lead.
Yep, he had a little sniff at the front there.
Wayu Aji's made a bit of a charge. Well, an experienced campaigner coming towards the front as we get into the dying stages of this race. Tricky conditions too, with the you can see the flashing lights there to warn the riders that there may be a drop or two of rain just starting to come over the circuit now. So Cheryl Sidras pointed to the sky and then promptly opened the throttle harder and has managed to pull out a small lead over the rest of the field.
Yeah, perhaps that was a tactic. But yeah, it's a gap back now to Waiwaji Trilaksana.
Oh, off onto the grass there. That was the 222 machine of Fahmi Bassam. He was well and truly onto the grass. Through the final corner we go, and this is it. This is the last lap now. And it is a 0.3 of a second lead for Cheryl Sizras as they start, well, as they came across the line. That has been gobbled up by the time they get to turn 1 by Fahmi Bassam on board 222 and also Husni Zainul on board the 143 bikes.
Yeah.
Looking to see if there's any visible rain. I can't see any visible rain. The track doesn't look like it's starting to get wet yet.
No, not at all, just a drop or two. And a very canny point upwards there by Shadras, you have to say. He is a clever lad, there's no doubt about that.
How tight was that? Back for about 5th and 6th position as well. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 15th as they went through turn 3 on that occasion.
Yeah,
look how far Fahmi Bassam is underneath the windscreen there.
Yeah, yeah, he is. There's a gap between that little top fairing and the upper fairing of the bike, and they can peek through it.
You know what? The 2 riders behind said, thanks very much for giving us a great slipstream and challenge for the lead. Oh, how did Fahmi Bassam not run into the rider in front there as he had so much corner entry speed through that, that was through turn 4, I think, wasn't it? We go through turn 6 now. That looked like a couple of drops of rain starting to appear on the camera there. But it's going to come down to the last corner.
It is. I mean, plenty of drama coming for the last corner. Akidas is up there in that leading group as well. The number 13 for Pittsbike Superfast JRT.
Right. Here we go. This is the run down the final straight and towards the final corner where all the action is, and it is our pole sitter, Sharel Sizeras, that leads, but not by much. Oh no, he's back onto the grass again. That's Famin Basami. Final corner. Who was that up the inside? Oh, there's contact. A lot of them off the circuit as they nudge each other and go for the line. I think it was Husni Zainal that came across the line in first, but it is so close. And there were so many riders off the track at that last corner, Barry. Pretty hard to call.
Yeah, I think that was clean by Husni. Shazras got shuffled back to third. Farmy in second. I remember seeing Farmy go down the grass on the way to turn 12 last season as well.
Well, he did it twice in the last 2 laps in exactly the same place.
Yeah, so they're calling for a photo finish. They're going to be looking at who went onto the green as well, because they, based on the TVS race, they could drop a place for going onto the green on the last time round.
And there was also so many elbows in use down that last straight from turn 10 through turn 11 and into turn 12.
Yeah, warm congratulations there between Owen and Husni. Husni had great pace yesterday and he was there all the way through this race. Very, very well judged. So,
and I think that rain is now starting to come down a little bit heavier too.
So AP 250s are up next. Going to be a little bit of nervousness there as we look at the final turn again. Afifan Ram was the rider coming through there, followed by his teammate Akid Aziz, but Fahmi Bassam battered them out of the way. Did go onto the green in the process. It was very clean from Husni, and I just wonder whether Fahmi might be shuffled back a place for going onto the green.
Well, Ahmed Afif, who was fourth, he was also on the green as they came out of that final corner as well. So we'll let race direction sort that one out. But we predicted it, Barry, when we said that the race would come down to the final corner and there would be a lot of action at that final corner, turn 12, and that's exactly what happened. Here is a replay of the finish. Was pretty close there for pretty much the top 5 or 6 positions. In the end, there was 1 second covered the top 11 as they came across the line.
Yeah, that is normal. It's not normal for racing, but it's normal for underbones.
And also less than half a second for the top 6. That's normal for underbones too. Actually,
yeah,
probably fit a few more in there.
0.3 for the top 5. Yeah, I mean it's phenomenal racing.
I think Husni's pretty confident that he's got the win. He's coming back into the pits now.
Yeah, so great result once again for the LFN crew.
Also the Honda qualified on pole, but it's the Yamaha that takes the race win.
Fahmi Bassam takes his place in Park Fermé. See HP 969.
Oh, he's got a pillion.
That's it. You can do anything on these bikes. You can put family of 5 on them. So, first win in ARRC. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so first place has been confirmed. Positions 2 and 3 are still being investigated.
Yeah, it was clearly a clean win for Husni.
That was a great run down the final straight and excellent on the brakes and good track position as well. That he wasn't going to get pushed wide because he was on the inside.
Yeah, I got a question about Fahmi. He did just go onto the green. Maybe he'll be docked a place. Anyway, let's not prejudge what race direction they're going to do. But very well deserved and due celebrations there.
And the Indonesian flag out already.
Yeah, smiles all round.
You can see there's one bike in Park Fermé. So you predicted it correctly, Barry, that Fahmi Basim has been moved back one position, so he will take third, and Cheryl Sizeras, our pole man, will take second.
Very good day for Shazras. Not perfect, but very, very good. We're going to go to Daniel, who's in Park for May.
So Husni, a big congratulations. It was a big fight, but you managed to put in a perfect last lap, even with the rain falling. Tell us about that race.
Ya, alhamdulillah. Terutama saya mengucapkan puji syukur, alhamdulillah kepada Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. Dengan hasil race 1 ini, alhamdulillah Alpi bisa finish di posisi 1. Mudah-mudahan di race 2 besok bisa mempertahankan posisi dan lebih baik lagi. Dan untuk jalannya race tadi, sekitar 2 lap terakhir hujan turun. Di situ mulai agak sedikit berhati-hati, tapi di last lap Alpi mencoba push lagi, lebih push the limit. Ya, alhamdulillah, terima kasih banyak buat tim semua, buat manajer, mekanik yang sudah bekerja keras. Terima kasih banyak.
So quick translation, he was saying that he was grateful that he managed to get into P1. He's hoping for more of the same tomorrow. And he's hoping that, and he said that in the races now, when there was 2 laps to go, he saw that the rain started to fall, and that's when he started to say that, okay, I have to be a bit careful. But then in the end, he managed to push in all the way for the victory, and he's hoping for more of the same, and he's thankful to the team, thankful to the fans, and he's super grateful. And that was Husni Zainal Fati, winner of the Underbone 150. Back to you, Barry and Phil.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Great to hear from our race winner there. He didn't make it easy for himself because at the start he was back in the pack, but early on it was our poleman Cheryl Sizeras that led the field. Unfortunately, a couple of mechanical failures early.
Yeah, there were 2 early on. Dimas Julie, that was number 51. That was the teammate of your winner, of your almost winner, Cheryl Sizeras.
You can see our race winner there starting to make his way through the pack on board bike number 143. He was up to 6th position with 5 laps to go.
And in the middle part of this race, Nazarul Izzat was very much in evidence, but faded as we got towards the end. Race Tech 60, both those yellow machines were in the hunt as well.
Yeah, Dimas Julie, one of those riders. You can see there the 143 machine of Husni Zonal making his way up the inside. That was with a couple of laps to go. He positioned himself almost perfectly, didn't he, with to make sure that he was in position to challenge over those last couple of laps when the action at the front really started to get serious. And you can see there, having a look down the inside, didn't quite go for the lead. 2 laps to go, he was in the perfect position, and then look at that. Tried to go up the inside. He was lucky to get, not get taken out from the rider from behind, and then that rider then had to try and deal with another rider coming through very, very quickly. I think that was Ahmed Afif.
That's right, the number 50, yeah. He really looked like he was going to get through at that point. I thought he was going to come through and win it, but the riders coming from the outside switched to the inside, muscled Afif out of the way. Argy-bargy there, but it was a clean win for Husni Zainal Fati.
Yeah, and Fahmi Basim back onto the grass on the run down that final straight. 2 laps in a row, was still able to hold on to a 3rd position at the end, even though he crossed the line in 2nd.
So we wait for our podium now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now start the podium ceremony for the Underbone 150 Race 1. In 3rd place, from Indonesia, Fahmi Basim.
So defending champion Fahmi Basim makes his way to the 3rd spot on the podium.
In 2nd place, from Malaysia, Syarul Shazras Syarul Yuzi.
Fantastic day for Shazras.
And your race winner, from Indonesia, Husni Zainal Fati.
It will be an Indonesian flag that flies above
and
the podium.
Best team for the Underbone 150 Race 1, ZR LFN HP 969 MCR RBT 34.
there's a happy team boss.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia. To present the winners' trophies, we would like to invite Mr. Tanasri Tanchan Vitarayom, Managing Director of Chang International Circuit, to the podium.
Here's the Managing Director of Chang International Circuit, Tanasri Chan Vitarayom. Third place award.
In second place, from Malaysia, Sharul Shazras Sharul Yuzi. And your race winner from Indonesia, Husni Zainul Fauzi. And now to present the team award, we'd like to invite Mr. Stefan Maki Karapiat, FIM Asia President, to the podium.
So the team award, and a very well-deserved one, will be presented by Maki Karapiat.
The best team for the Underbone 150 Race 1, ZR Elephant HP 969 MCR RBT 34. And now we'd like to invite Mr. Tanasri Chanvitayarom and Mr. Stefan Maki Karapiat to take a photo with our race winners.
So new look team. First win for...
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big round of applause for the Underbone 150 race winners. And a big thank you once again to Mr. Tanasri Chanvitayarom and Mr. Stefan Maki Karapiat for presenting the awards to our winners.
So while they take the photos, we'll have a look at the championship standings. They're going to look very similar to the race results at this stage.
Yep, first round of the championship, always a good way to start when you can take the win, and that's exactly what Husni Zainul did, and 25 points go to his name. Sharul Shazras in second position with 20 points, and Fahmi Basim rounds out your top three with 16.
Afifan ran on 13 points thanks to that fourth place finish. Akid Aziz, his teammate, was fifth. Good result for him. Gumita Krishna was there or thereabouts all the way through, scored 10 points for his sixth place. Seventh, Owen Sanjaya. Eighth, Wayuaji Trelaksana for Race Tech 60.
Hafiz Fairul in ninth, and Dimas Julie rounds out your top 10. And a great way to get the first race of the year underway. But the good news is for all of those riders, Barry, we've got another race tomorrow, the second race of this first round of the championship, where points will once again be up for grabs.
Yeah, we can expect the order and the numbers, of course, to change considerably. Nasrul is currently down in 11th. Faded, his challenge faded in the second half of that race for whatever reason.
Yeah, and Pirapong looping, it takes the final point in 15th position. Well, plenty more action coming up. AP 250 up after this short break.
Idemitsu IRG 5. Start Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG5.
As they go into turn 4.
He tries to go for it. Look at that. Oh, Vietnam overdoes it. Persian Adler comes through. Ramadipa.
Oh, and there goes Aragaska.
Fuming with himself. For the final time. Oh, Persian, they're both onto the gravel. Both 1 and 2 were off the track. Ramadipa leading the way. A substantial lead. It's, a real loss there. Superbly, but loses it. And that will mean Ramadipa will have the lead. Keandra Ramadipa, famous win for Ray Ratagore. Make a difference, but look at this lead.
Who's going to do this from the gap? Oh, and there
One of
goes
the
Kandra Ermawan.
Oh, and he's down. Farozi is down. Farozi Turkatullah. Aoshi tries to get there. Aoshi chases. Pole position. Farozi off to a solid. There he is, Keandra Ramadipa.
In this class. Oh, and down goes Pirapong. Shirt. ARC 2020.
Careful.
Yes, I was thinking exactly. That was a hectic look through the season last season. Thrills and spills galore for AP 250.
Extremely competitive class, and as was clearly evident by the qualifying session held earlier on today, Barry.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, let's take a look at that. There was a lot going on in qualifying, but there never seemed to be any doubt from about halfway through the session who would take the pole position. So out of the box early were the 2 Astra Hondas of RB Aditama and Davina Brittani, 24 and 93. The number 88 for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, making all sorts of shapes early in the session, but he came through really strongly. Last time out race winner, number 65. That's Cal Vietnam. Competitive in the early stages, faded later on. There is number 93, RB Aditama for Astra Honda. And the number 44, what a star of the session, or what a star of the weekend he's been so far. That is Rish Takahira, the young Japanese rider riding for the Chinese TY Antares team. He was up at the front all the way through, put in loads of laps, and ended up with a phenomenal result.
Yeah, so he'll start from the front row of the grid, which is the best place to start here, and he's actually on the inside of the circuit too as they make their way down towards turn one, so probably a good position. Mohammed Marabul was also going extremely well on board bike number 157. You can see him there trying to utilise the slipstream.
Yeah, Marabul getting faster and faster on the 250, having moved up from Underbone. That was an error there by Gao Jiang that upset Erfan Heikel. But the one rider that we really dominated this session was Kritapat Kenkum, the number 39 for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. Sole representative for that team in this class.
You could see him going past the Snipers Kawasaki's there like they were almost standing still on the run out of the final corner. A 150.6, nearly a 0.2 of a second lead over the rest of the field in the end when he secured pole position. But Fadila Arbi did a great job to put in a late charge and finish second in that qualifying session, which means that he will join Kritapat and also Riichi Takahara on the front row of the grid.
Yeah, good session too for Erfan Heikel, the Malaysian, switching teams this year. The number 31 was Paras Putra. We thought he might come good later in the session, but he would end up down in 19th. But the qualifying session belongs to this rider. Kritapat Kenkum is your pole man for this afternoon.
On that little rain cloud that just came over and dropped a few drops to put a bit of consternation on the minds of the riders in the Underbone 150 class has well and truly disappeared now. We're left with a completely dry Chang International Circuit. As we mentioned, 4.5 Ks, 12 corners. Not too dissimilar to, say, Phillip Island in length and the same amount of corners, but an incredibly different circuit. Most of the corners here are short ones, which sees a lot of outbraking duels, doesn't it, Barry?
Yeah, it does, yeah. And Daniel's down on the grid, so let's see what he has to say about the weather and the riders.
So we saw rain falling right towards the end of the Underbone 150 race 1. But right now the ground looks pretty dry to me, and there's no rain falling, but there are a few road clouds, so we will be looking out for that. Now the sea of cameramen that we have here in media is because of none other than Kritapat, who's taking photos. And we're just going to interrupt him real quick, grab a quick, we'll let the circuit people have a quick photo with Kritapat. And then we have Mr. Tanisri Chanvitayarom in attendance as well on the grid. Just getting the official photos. That just shows you how big this is for Kritapat, qualifying on pole position for the AP250 grid. I think we're going to be able to squeeze in right about now. Thank you so much. So Kritapat, starting from pole position, you're racing at home. What are your expectations for this AP250 race? Can you run away?
I don't know how to say. Just enjoy, no pressure, and I will do my best on the last one. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kritapat. Good luck.
Thank you.
And that is true confidence right there. Don't think too much, no pressure. That is the sound of a very confident rider. Now we're going to head to row 3 to a non-factory Yamaha. And that's none other than Izam Iqmal. So I just have to bow down over a few cameramen. Izam Iqmal here, starting from P8. Let's grab a quick word with him. So Izam, not a bad performance for you in your comeback into 250s. So starting from P8, the factory Yamahas are looking strong. How are you feeling for this one?
First of all, I want to say thank you to my team. Make a good job for qualifying. We will see about the race because the weather is so hot in here. It's different from Malaysia. So I hope I can fight with the front group and still can race one be a good position on the podium. So we will see about the race.
Thank you so much, Izam. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to head one more road down to the Top Kawasaki. And I can tell you right now from my own feeling that it is boiling hot and humid. So we're going to have a quick chat with Aiki. So Aiki, I had a chat with you in the media center yesterday, and it wasn't really the best of practice days. However, in qualifying, it didn't look too bad. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, qualifying is mistake, so no good position. But yeah, of course, I will target I will Of course, number one. And podium, I hope getting the podium. So I will do my best. This one. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ike. Good luck. And from the very drippy, grit and humid heat here, back to you, Phil and Barry.
Great stuff.
Yeah, we've probably got the prime position here. We've got a great view of the track, Barry, and it's not a million degrees like it is down there on the circuit.
Yeah, we can see almost the whole circuit except for a little bit of turn 12 and a little bit of turn 1. But there's RB, who qualified second for Astra Honda. Astra Honda, as if you're listening to qualifying, interesting to point out that Astra Honda usually have an experienced 250 rider alongside a rookie. This season they've gone for 2 rookies. And somewhere around there he is the figure of Rish Takahira, the Japanese rider, in with a Chinese team, TY Antares Racing Team. He's been strong all the way through yesterday. He was strong on Wednesday, and the number 44 is starting from the outside of the front row. And so that is Murable Vitoni, looking very cool, calm and collected.
Obviously pretty happy with his second row of the grid qualifying position.
As well he might.
Kandra also looking pretty relaxed there as he gets ready to head off on this final warm-up lap. Well, they don't need too much warming up. Baking hot down there on the grid as we go across to Divino Brittani.
Yeah, another of the 2 Astra Honda rookies in this category.
Well, how have they managed to pick 2 rookies that are extremely fast from the get-go? That's the other question, is that they've obviously got an eye for spotting talent.
I think they got a factory.
Have they just pumping out high-quality riders? Well, Honda, the Astra Honda team have dominated this championship for many years, haven't they?
Yeah, yeah, and good to see Irfan Heikel on the Maestro NWN SCK Honda team. That's the number 124, Izam Iqmal, that Daniel just spoke to on the grid. He's riding with Victor Racing, very famous team in this paddock. Great to see them up at the front end. And that is Daniel Shami Sharil.
It's a very Malaysian-inspired third row of the grid there, with 3 Malaysian riders all next to each other as well.
Absolutely. But there's an Indonesian, Galang Hendra, lots of World Championship experience, can never write him off in a race. Let's hope he can have a good one this afternoon.
How many years did he do in the Supersport 300 Championship?
I'm not sure.
There was at least a couple. I remember him running at the front consistently in that championship as well.
Yeah.
Cal Vietnam as well, doing a great job on board the 65 machine.
Yeah, starting 12th this time. And look at that helmet design. That really does shout Vietnam. I do think, because he's done so much for racing in Vietnam, that they should give him some award. If he was British, he'd probably get an MBE.
I think he was a bit unlucky in qualifying as well. Didn't he get shoveled off the track early on, and that probably lost him a bit of time in that qualifying session as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Is that Irfan? It is Irfan back there. He starts out of position number 13.
Yeah, great to see him back in. Fast, spiky little rider. And that is Fadil Al-Ghassani Priyadi, the number 80 for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Yamaha Racing Indonesia also have a really good factory.
Another one of the Vietnamese riders there with Nguyen Ton An Pu as well, on board another Honda CBR 250RR.
Yeah, 3 Vietnamese riders in this class. As the dignitaries leave the track.
With so many riders in this class, there's a lot of people that need to actually be able to leave that track before the race can get underway.
Absolutely right.
Well, as you can see, the wet tyres there, no need for those with that little shower just passing and leaving us with a nice dry circuit here.
Yeah, let's hope it stays away for the afternoon. Got 2 more races after this one.
I think this one's, if qualifying is going to be anything to go by, this is going to be an extremely close race, because Seen some riders with very close times. You get a little bit of slipstream thrown in there, and we could be looking at another race just like the Underbones, but with engines just 100 cc's bigger in most instances. Well, at least 100 cc's bigger. Of course, you've got the 250 Honda with 2 cylinders. You've got the 250 Kawasaki with 4 cylinders, and you've got the 321 cc's of the twin-cylinder Yamaha out there as well.
Yeah, all regulated for competitiveness by the A-Racer ECUs. They do a brilliant job of equalising the competition here.
Just a slightly different rev limits, isn't it, for the team starting off, this being the first round. But then interesting in this class, Barry, how they actually will alter the rev limits for individual riders as the season goes on.
Yeah, if a rider gets 50 points or more ahead of the one in fifth, then they get a rev cut. Let's look at the grid.
Kritapat Kemkung starts out of first position with Fadila Abi in second and Riichi Takahara in third.
Murabu Vutoni is on second row, leading the second row from Kandra Hermawan and Davina Brittani for Astra Honda Racing Team in P6.
Starting out of position number 7 will be Irfan Akal on the Honda CBR 250 for the Metro NWN NCK team. Then it's Izam Kamal from Victor Racing and Daniel Shamey from the UMA Racing team on a Yamaha in 9th.
Yeah, for Yamaha BAF Yamalu, Galangendra Pratimar leads row 4 from Aiki Yoshi, the quickest Kawasaki, and Cal Vietnam for Honda Racing Team.
Next row is Irfan on bike number 13 for the Matzo NWN SCK team. Then it's Fadil Alagasani on a Yamaha Racing Indonesia R3, and then Nguyen Ton and Poo on board the Uzi Asia team Honda CBR 250.
On row 6 in P16 we've got Panjarut. Next to him is just trying to catch up with these now. Let's go to these rows.
Andy Mohammed Fadley a long way back too.
Yeah, he's a long way back. Napat Chatum, and on row 8, Gao Zhang, Kevin Kintel and Jacob Sublaya in P24.
SDG Hart Pro is a team that's also quite a famous one coming out of Japan, isn't it?
Absolutely.
With J-Will Durami on the ACR machine in 25th, Zhang Shen Chung in 26th, Liang Gung Yan in 27th, and then the field rounded out by Johan Reeves Emmanuel on the Idemitsu Honda Racing in India CBR 250. 29 riders out there on the grid.
Yeah, absolutely packed grid, and realistically, maybe 12 riders capable of getting on the podium.
Just noticed one of the last riders to pull up onto the grid was Fadila Abi on board the 93 machine. Came around the final corner, did a very big check of the front brakes, and the last rider to take up his position on that front row of the grid. So look for him for putting in a big move on the brakes, regardless of how he gets off the line as they pile into turn 1 on this first lap.
Yeah, very good observation that. Some riders just like to do it.
Ready to go racing. Lights are off and we're away. Oh, good start from 93, but a bad start from our poleman, Kritapat, who went skyward rather than forwards as they make their way down towards turn 1. Doesn't have seemed to have hindered his progress, and he leads them through turn 1 with a sizable gap and someone out very, very wide. Was that Riichi Takahara on board the 44 machine as they make their way out of turn 1?
Well, after a clumsy wheelie off the line, that was an amazing recovery from Kritapat.
Yeah, I saw him go up instead of forwards and thought, no, he's going to get swallowed up here, but certainly wasn't the case as Fadila Abi makes his way up into second, sliding his machine into turn 2 as they make, turn 3 as they make their way back towards the grandstand. Now looks like someone going off there, but the marshal's running furiously over towards the entry of turn 3.
Yeah. Oh, that's Shunshin Zhang. He had a crash yesterday. That is the TY Antares Racing Team owner and teammate, of course, of Riichi Takahara. So with the attention being taken away by that, let's catch up with what's going on at the front and to see where his teammate is. Unfortunately for Shunshin Zhang, he actually crashed there yesterday. But leading the way is still Kritapat. He's got Abi with him. And
Takahara in there as well on board the 44 machine. He's back a bit further in the field than what he would have liked early on, considering that he started on that front row of the grid. What's he back in about 7th, possibly even 8th position now? There he is there. He's got the 21 machine of Irfan Haikal right behind him as well.
Yeah, Chandra for Yamaha Racing Indonesia up in 3rd.
The top 3 have made a little bit of a gap on this first lap. We'll tell you how big that is as they come across the line. So as they come across the line to complete the first lap, it's 0.3 covers the top 3 riders, and then almost 1.3 seconds. That's a second lead from Candra back to Mohammed Murabil, who's in 4th position on board that 157 Yamaha. As they make their way up through the kink now at turn 2, and a bit of field signals going on there from, couldn't quite see who that was, but I'm not sure what he was trying to tell Mohammed Murabil.
Yeah, that was a decent getaway for Murabil.
That was the old follow me. We know that no one takes. That was Galang Hendra Pratama telling him to follow him.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way that he's going to take any notice. In fact, he immediately pulls out of the slipstream and denies the request.
Yeah, the important thing I think here for the race and how this is going to pan out is that Kritapat hasn't been able to get away, and RB has taken the fight for him, and so has fellow Indonesian Chandra Hermawan.
So in fact, those 4 riders behind, if they were smart, they could utilise the slipstream to drag themselves forward to the 3 riders that have made a little bit of a breakaway at the front. Oh no, that's the 44 machine of Riichi Takahara. He looks like he's got a flat rear tyre. Have a look at that rear tyre.
Yeah, he does.
There's something wrong with that for sure. That I think that is not anything that he's done wrong. That looks like a tyre that's got a puncture in it that's caused an early end to the front row starters race.
And the end to the race on the first lap for the TY Antras racing team. Unfortunately, they'll be back to fight another day, but it's Chandra Hermawan who leads them across the line this time from Kritapat and from RB.
You can see how much difference that slipstream makes, even on that little short start-finish straight, that Kritapat was able to utilise the slipstream and go past Candra as they made their way into turn 1. It wasn't an out-braking manoeuvre, it was just the slipstream on the straight. Exactly what we saw when he went past the Snipers Kawasaki's in the qualifying session too. Coming out of the final corner, he's able to get great drive and is very fast down the start-finish straight and into turn 1. That group of 5 riders hasn't been able to make up too much distance there, and there is still a 1.3 second lead from Kritapat back to Murabil Vitoni in 4th position.
Yeah, another follow me signal from the number 56 Galan Hendra to Murabil Vitoni. I mean, his plan is right, but the riders behind him need to cooperate and not try and beat him up, because all the podium places at the moment are up the road.
Fadila Arbi leads as they make their way through turns 4 and 5. Then they flick the bike to the right-hand side, then head away from the pit complex again.
Yeah, quickest lap so far to Chandra.
So Irfan looked like he was going very fast in that second group on board bike number 16, halfway through that lap as well. So we'll keep our eye on whether he's able to move forward and maybe pull those riders forward a little bit. But at the moment, it's Murabil Vitoni on board bike number 157, Galang Hendra Pratama on board 56, and Davido Brittani on 24. Then it's Irfan Haikal in that group as well. Then it would be Irfan Abedinish. It would be the last rider in that group. And then a little bit of a gap back to the next rider. And I'll tell you what, the Thai wildcard, Panjaruch Chitralat, is doing a pretty good job considering he's just outside of the top 10 in a wildcard performance.
Yeah, and his teammate or fellow wildcard for Honda, Apache Tum, also doing really well.
That gap hasn't got any bigger, it looks like, over the last lap or so, as we see Fadila Arbi go back into the lead.
Yeah, the lap times being done by the chasing group are similar, in fact a little bit quicker than the 3 leaders, but can they make a difference? Can they work together and get up to the front as these get away. So they start beating each other up, and sometimes people talk in hushed tones that Indonesian riders tend to work together when they're faced with somebody from another country. Personally, I would never entertain such a conspiracy, but you've got one Thai and two Indonesians there in the front.
Well, and also the fact too that you have the two Irfans, Irfan Hakel and Irfan Adedinish, both doing the fast laps. They were the only riders in the 151s on the last lap as well. 151.7 for both of them, and the riders around them all into the 52s. So keep your eye on them as the sun shines off the gold. The gold wheel is definitely the preferred wheel colour in this class, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it works really well, whether it's with red or with blue. It might be my imagination, but I think that gap is shrinking. We'll soon see. We'll time the gap over the line. It was 1.2 seconds last time. Murabil will be the fourth rider through this time.
He might be dragging that chase group forward. Well, it's a couple of tenths. Well, it's probably a tenth of a second being taken off it. And their lap times, look, that next group is all in the 51s. The only rider in the lead group was Fadila Arbi, who was in the 51s. The rest of them all in the 52s. I know it's only a tenth of a second or so, but over a couple of laps as they get closer and closer, I think you're right, Barry, they are starting to get a little bit closer, and we could very well find that we have possibly an 8-bike group very shortly.
Yeah, looking down to 11th, we've got Aiki Yoshi. 12th, Faris Putra, the exciting young Malaysian rider who hasn't shown quite as much as we expected of him so far.
Look at that group behind us. It's a massive big lineup of riders all trying to make their way forward. Aki Yoshi in that group as well. Yeah. Aboard the Snipers machine.
Yeah, is a Mekmal leading that group.
So back to the front, and it is still Arbi Atama, Kritapat Kankum and Kandra that have got that lead.
Yeah, Murabil, Ardiansha, Galang, Irfan, Haikal.
Irfan's made a break from that group too, and look, he started. Oh, big moment there for the 21 machine. That was Irfan Haikal. He got the back end, stepped out massively as they came out of that corner, and the bike just literally launched itself into the air. Unfortunately, Irfan Haikal was not able to stay on board. That was a heavy, heavy crash.
Okay,
you see a replay of this. Look at this, Barry, as he comes out of the final corner, out onto the ripple strip. The back end just stepped around. The bike was on its side before he could react.
Yeah, the rumble strips here do have real steps on them, and he fell foul of them that time around, that's for sure. What I was going to say is that Irfan Ardiansha, the rider in fourth, is the one really capable of closing the gap, and he's closed the gap by 2/10.
Yeah, you can see
more than 2/10 last time.
He's broken well and truly away from that that group, which is probably now trying to recover from seeing that massive crash in the middle of the group.
So only one Irfan left, but he's in a very good position to challenge for a podium place. You can see it.
I was going to say, we'll keep our eye on that lap time too, because he's doing that solo with no slipstreaming or anything, but he's starting to pull that lead group in.
Fastest bike in its Aiki Yoshi's, 4-cylinder Kawasaki.
Yes, but I think it's fastest in top speed, but it just doesn't seem to have the torque to get out of the corners like the Yamaha and the Honda do. Because the Yamaha does have a 70cc odd advantage over the Kawasaki and the Honda as well. Oh, big moment there. Was that a moment for our pole sitter?
Yeah, it was.
Kritapat Kankum.
So RV taking the fight to the front. Consistent all the way through. He was just a little bit off the pace of Kritapat so far this weekend. Looks like he has the measure of him now, about half race distance.
And it comes down to the racing. The tactics are a bit different to just setting the fastest time over a session. You can see here Kritapat going back to the lead, runs a fraction wide. Fadila says, thank you very much, I'll go back into the lead. Kandris is sitting there as well, taking advantage of the slipstream. I think he could be the one to watch as these laps dwindle down. I think Irfan Aradinish's charge has probably just been nulled a fraction, a 52.6. He was actually slower than all of the riders in the lead group on that last lap. And the riders behind, Murabil Batoni was actually the fastest rider in that lead group with a 51.913. He was back in 5th position, so he's the lead rider of that next group.
Yeah, so it looked like he was going to break away, but riding as fast as he was, perhaps there's a little error, but he's lost touch again. Gap opened up to 1.3 from 1 second, so he lost 4/10 on that lap.
Yeah, and he actually could be in danger of getting swallowed up by Murabil Batoni, Galang Hendra Pratama and Davino Bratani as well. So we head back to the front and let's have a look. It's Kandra that's back into the lead on board the Yamaha R3. It's got the 2 Yamahas and the Honda in this lead group. So that Astra Honda looks very, very nimble. Able to take real advantage through the infield section there.
Yeah, Astra Honda, just a phenomenal team, not only about the rider selection, but everything about them is so professional, so just spot on, and they love winning.
You know, that Irfan has been gobbled up now by the chasing pack. In fact, it's Murabil Batoni that's up into 4th position. On board the Yamaha 157.
It's a good first outing for Murabil. Let's check the gap. He's taken 3/10 out of the 3rd place rider.
And was actually faster than all of the riders in the lead group by almost a second. Look at that, a 52.0 on the last lap for Murabil Batoni, 52.9 for Kandra, 52.9 for Kritapat as well. So, yep, keep your eye on this chasing group. They could very well be dragging themselves forward.
Yeah, the other Astra Honda in that second group, Davino Bratani, he did a 151.9.
And he's just gone to the lead of that group too, Barry, as they come out of turn 3. So that group is now clearly dragging each other forward, doing exactly what Galang Hendra Pratama was actually wanting, but they're not just following him, they're taking it in turns of doing the lead work in that group. Look how close they are now. That's got to be under a second.
Yeah.
Through this infield section we go.
Oh, and that's Galang going really wide there.
Lucky they weren't following him then, because he's taken a very creative line.
It was indeed, to put it charitably.
A little bit of elbow and knee contact there between a few of those riders.
Yeah, Irfan likes a scrap, that's for sure.
Through this little kink now, and then set sail for the final corner. Utilise the slipstream down this straight into turn 12, where we saw riders off onto the grass in the Underbone class just previously. So it's Irfan back into the lead of that chasing pack. But your race leader is still Arbi on board the 93 machine. So Fadila Arbi doing a great job. Pole sitter, Kritapat still in 2nd place and Kandra in 3rd.
Yeah, less than 2 laps to go and the gap has opened out to 1.9.
Yeah, they were all faster than the chasing pack on that last lap.
Yeah, so it looks like, barring a mistake, the podium finishes are already decided, but the order far from decided.
Yeah, especially with 2 laps to go. There's well, there's 24 corners. That means probably 30 plus overtaking opportunities.
Exactly.
And coming down towards the infield section now, it's important to get a good run through here. That's Davino Bratani that's made his way to 4th position now, ahead of that 4-byte freight train. It's still the Honda holding them off at the front though. Fadila Arbi doing a great job, the Indonesian.
Yeah,
8 laps down.
Yeah, this is great work. Really seasoned professional. You wouldn't think he was a rookie in this class from his performance. Question at the beginning was, would Kritapat run away with it? Well, no, he didn't. So what, Bratani's having a good go. a little bit too late, but he wants to be the best of the rest.
I think every rider in that next group has had a chance to break away from the group and try and catch those leaders up, but everyone has got to a point where they've just not been able to keep going with the momentum, and the lead group has had an answer for everything that's been thrown at them so far in this race. All four of those first four riders setting their fastest laps of the race on the last lap as well.
And there's an error. Was that Kritapat who made the error coming through turn 12 there? Let's have a look.
Yes, it is. Well spotted. Oh no, it's actually it was Candy.
Yeah.
Or Kandra. That's the one that's dropped back.
It was Kandra. So suddenly, Divino Brittani can smell a podium. So the battle for the win, now a 2-horse race.
They know it's a 2-horse race, so they think it's still a 3-horse race.
Good point.
Final lap, that's
and
the
that's
32
Jacob
machine.
Supplier gone down on the SDG Honda. Fortunate for him, didn't quite make it to the finish, but back at the front. RB continues to leave.
I reckon Kritapat's going to plan an assault down into the final corner. Try and take this race win.
Yeah.
We know that he's got great drive out of the final corner. We saw it in qualifying. We saw it earlier on in the race too, Barry. And I think that's where he probably knows that he has a bit of an advantage over the rest of the field. So he's going to let Fadila Arbi do most of the donkey work on this last lap. You can see, well, actually, Fadila Arbi's putting in a pretty good infield section there. That I think you could find that Kritapat's actually having to try pretty hard to try and keep up with him there. You can see the body language just changed a fraction.
Yeah, he looks good, RB.
So for a rookie, he's putting on a polished performance here. Oh, that was a little bit wide. Probably just went over the rough ripple strips, as you pointed out before. You could see the bike starting to shake around a little bit. Has that hurt his drive through this section here? As we now come out of this section.
Now it's business time for Kritapat and for RB. And actually for Brittani and Kandra behind them. Ooh, 2 battles to watch here.
Oh, he's gone down at the final corner. He went up the inside, ran in there with too much momentum, and it is Fadila Arbi that will take the win, but our pole sitter has crashed out at the final corner. Needs to try and get the bike going, try and score some points. The Honda Astra team, they're extremely happy. They're over the moon. They're celebrating. And after that, indiscretion at the start of the last lap, Kandra ends up taking 2nd position, and Divino Brittani will find himself on the podium.
Astra Honda have both bikes, both rookies, on the podium. And there is your race winner, number 93. And hanging his head is the number 39 of Pritzada.
So, from pole position to challenging for the race win at the final corner and just coming up a fraction short. Here we go, you can see there, he set himself up perfectly. Down the inside, got the run into the final corner, but just realised he was in there way too hot. That was because Fadila Arbi was already late on the brakes and had the perfect line, and in the end was unchallenged to take the win.
Yeah, he just sucked him into a mistake. That was absolutely, you used to use the word polished to describe his performance. Absolutely brilliant.
Well, his last lap was just absolutely phenomenal. It was inch perfect. He didn't do a thing wrong under extreme pressure. Not what you'd expect usually from a class rookie.
No, you wouldn't. And there's his teammate.
I wonder if he knows his teammates on the podium as well. It's going to be a big celebration for the team. Or some clouds starting to develop off there. Let's hope they can stay away for a little bit, but certainly no clouds around the performance of Fadila Arbi. He takes the win in the end by 2 seconds over Kandra on board the Yamaha, and then his teammate Divino Brittani will round out the top 3.
Yeah, Murwa Vitoni came through in 4th. He had a really great race, the rookie, in this class. Irfan Ardiancia looked threatening, but in the end couldn't quite make it up towards the front. Galang Hendra, similarly for him. Cal Vietnam, 5 seconds down from that group, and just behind him it was Aiki Iyoshi.
Ikmal will finish in 9th position, 14.6 seconds behind the lead, but there was a very tightly grouped pack there. Napat Jatoum, the Thai rider, doing a great job to round out the top 10. Fadil Alagassani and Daniel Sayam will finish in 11th and 12th, with the 2 Vietnamese, Nguyen Hu Tri and Ton An Pu in 13th and 14th position. And Joanne Reeves Emmanuel rounds out your top 15. Well, what about that performance from Fadila?
Look at that, Phil. Kritapat just missed out on collecting a point.
Yeah,
after
16th position.
Such a strong performance all weekend. Faraz Putra, another rookie for Cardinals Factory Yamaha, was 17th, 18th. Andy Fadley, the returning Andy Fadley. Kevin Kinsel, 19th, 20th. Panjaru Chiprunchat for Honda Racing Thailand. Gao Jiang for Team One for All was 21st. Jazul Jarami, the Singaporean rider, was 22nd.
Maldiz Akwal in 23rd, Li Guang, the Chinese rider, in 24th, and Leong Nancy in 25th position. So it's massive field. It looks like it was the first rider that didn't finish was Alfred Jacob Sabalama, the Filipino rider, but 25 finishes in that race,
which is not bad. Sad to see 2 DNFs for the TY Antares Racing team. So, better luck required tomorrow. So, Daniel's going for an interview with our winner.
Fadila, first of all, a big congratulations to you for bringing yourself and Astra on the bike onto the top step. It was a battle between 3 riders up until the last 2 laps, went down to 2, and then a late lunge from Kritapat wasn't successful, and you came out on top. Tell us about the race.
Yeah, the race was very hot in here. I thought before was gonna rain, but finally no, and now it started to rain again, and I just maintaining my pace from the beginning. I know I have a good chance. I have a good average speeds, and I know where is my braking point, etc. And yeah, on the last lap, I just try to be just full gas everywhere. But I know he will attack me on the last corner, so I decide to brake late. But I know it's the limit, and I don't want to fight with him more, so he go wide, and I take the opportunity and just cut it back and make the win. And thank you to Astra Honda Racing team, to all the sponsors that always help me, all the mechanic, all the people in Indonesia watching me, supporting me. Thank you so much. Incredible race. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and big congratulations once again.
Right, well, those dark clouds that you can see in the background are now starting to...
Definitely starting to empty out.
Yeah,
and
you can
from our commentary position, which is right under the roof of the main grandstand, we can really hear it hammering down. So we just wait to see what the arrangements are going to be for the podium ceremony. But let's have a look at the race highlights. It was a funny start here because Kritapat poured the air with a really clumsy wheelie off the line, but he still managed to get the whole shot. Murabul Vitoni and RB going with him. RB going wide at the start. Faller at the first time of asking on turn 3 was Chunchen Jiang for TY Antares Racing Team, and his teammate, the number 44, the very rapid Rishi Takahira, he would go out as well. I think it was on lap 2, so very unlucky start for TY Antares Racing Team.
And even though that lead group had got away to a bit of a gap, there was a big battle going on. Unfortunately, the 21 machine, Burfan, went down. That was a heavy hit crash and the end of his race. See there, that was a big crash. I think that shook him up a little bit. Then there were 3 riders at the front. There were many that tried to challenge to catch up to them, Barry, but no one could get near them. And in the end, they went into the last couple of laps with a handy lead over that pursuing pack.
Yeah, by this time, Irfan, the number 16, had had a really good go at trying to catch up. He couldn't make it. Then Murabul Vitoni had a really good go at trying to catch up, but it was the other Astra Honda rider, Davino Brittani, that got really quick as it went on, and he started to get away. And looking here on the final lap, Kritapat taking a look at RB as they came into the final turn. Braking really late, as you said, Phil, was RB, and he sucked in.
Yeah, there was no way in the world that Kritoppat was going to make that corner with that much corner entry speed, and unfortunately for him, he didn't just run wide, he crashed out, and then by the time he got the bike started, they came across the line, but he was finished in 16th position. You can see it there on the brakes, so late. Look at this, Barry, that's where he just couldn't turn the bike in. The back end went away, he went down, and Fadila Arbi went on to take the race win by a 2-second plus margin over Kendra, and also his teammate who finished in third. And that rain is absolutely bucketing down now.
So
how conditions can change in the space of 2 minutes.
In the weather. So I think we'll probably be taking a commercial break shortly.
Look at that rain. It's going to take a little while to dry out, even if the rain would stop now, with 2 more races to go today. So while we wait for the rain to try and dissipate and we can get a podium presentation underway, we'll have a short break here from the Chang International Circuit. Remember, we've got Supersport and Superbike coming up next.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a...
Well, welcome back to the Chang International Circuit, and get your flippers and goggles out because it is absolutely pouring here at the moment. You can see the look back and you can see the front straight there. You can see the rain pouring down. Well, it's been threatening a couple of times today, and unfortunately, Barry, it's now unleashed in all fury across this circuit.
Yeah, and as you can see from the notice on the screen, the start is delayed as well. It might be. It's not only the water on the track, but visibility is going to be terrible here, so it just wouldn't be safe to race in these conditions. So we're going to have to push the time schedule a little bit. Looking at the sky there's some lighter clouds, but from where we're sitting just under the grandstand roof, it doesn't sound like it's going away, and the clouds in front of us are dark grey.
Yeah, I wonder which of the teams were looking at the radars and actually starting to make adjustments for their bikes, knowing that the rain was coming.
Well, we knew it was originally forecast for around about 4 o'clock, but it's come a little bit earlier, a lot earlier actually.
Let's have a look at the recap of qualifying for the Supersport 600 category. See who will be starting where on the grid, and it was a pretty exciting one, wasn't it? It came right down to the final stages of qualifying, unlike the qualifying sessions that we'd seen earlier on in the day, where people were putting in their qualifying tyres and making their runs halfway through the session, and those were the times that were holding up towards the end. Well, it was a bit of a different story in Supersport 600 with the two teammates challenging right down to the final wire, which got them onto the front row of the grid. Speaking, of course, of McKinley Kyle Paz and Kazma Daniel Gezarudin as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was a really good session. So let's take a look at it now.
So you see it was the 44 machine there, Karel Idampawi, who was fast early on. But Mohammed Saifuddin Azman was also very fast on board his Honda. But the thing was, he was fast, Barry, without having to put a qualifying tyre in.
Yeah, that's right. And this was Helmi Azman, often goes really quick without qualifiers. But this was an impressive performance from McKinley Kyle Paz. He was quick through practice yesterday, quick in this qualifying session all the way through, and there he is, as you said, Phil, running together with his teammate, Kazma Daniel.
Yeah, they both took turns in the lead of that little group. And in the end, I think it was actually the next lap where McKinley Kyle Paz actually went to the lead of that group, and that was the time that pulled him up into second position. But both of them working as a team and putting in those fast lap times, bringing themselves forward.
Brand new teammates, it's impressive.
It is, and at the same time, the rider that eventually qualified on pole position was doing a great job at just circulating around with the race tyre on. He was fractionally faster when he put the qualifying tyre on, but Helmi Azman was also very fast on board bike number 32 and eventually pulled himself up to start from the middle of the second row of the grid in 5th position. Yeah. So Anyapab Sarmoon was also fast, and he will round out the top 6. In the end, there wasn't that much between those riders. There was about 0.2 of a second, I think it was, between the top 6 riders on the grid. So extremely close, and 1:38.8 from Saifuddin Azman was the top time.
Yeah, phenomenal, you have to say, for Sharafuddin Azman. Class rookie is Karel Idampawi. He famously got a Moto3 podium in conditions something like this a few years back. So not sure whether he'll be celebrating or not, but we really need the heavy rain to stop, just to allow the surface water to go away and to improve the visibility.
Yeah, you can imagine with that much water on the surface, the wet tyres and the water dissipation factor that they would have down these long straights, visibility would be not flash, especially in the amount of long straights we have, and then heavy braking at this Chang circuit.
Yeah, we're looking up there from turn 7 up to turn 8, and that gives you a really good idea there of how heavy it is. You
can see the reflection from, I'm guessing that they're going to be some sort of red signage. There it is, the Honda signage reflecting on the circuit. And while we're actually waiting for this race to get underway, disappointing news for the young Australian Jack Mahaffey, who was over here competing in this race, had a massive crash yesterday and injured his shoulder. He went out in qualifying this morning and was able to do a few laps, but I think the injury to his shoulder and the fact that the next round of the Australian Superbike Championship, where he actually leads the Kawasaki Supersport class, is on next weekend at Queensland Raceway. He's decided to sit out the rest of this weekend and hopefully get fit for next weekend as well. So quick recovery, Jack, and hopefully we'll see you back at Queensland Raceway next weekend.
Yeah, good move. One thing you don't want to do is to get a long-term shoulder injury like a rotator cuff problem or something like that. So, yeah.
Especially when you lead the Supersport Championship.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So riding a completely different bike and everything to he's used to this weekend. So he was probably biting off a fair amount to try and challenge in this very competitive class as well. But hopefully he'll come back and we'll see him later on in the year in the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. So official notice coming through there from Race Direction that the start has been delayed with this heavy rain. You can almost hardly see the lights there on the circuit, indicating that there is some traction issues out there.
Yeah, I wouldn't ride to 7-Eleven in conditions like this, Phil.
So look at that. You can almost hardly see the town of Buriram, which is literally a hop, skip, and a jump away from the circuit, and it's faded into the rain.
Yeah, we're going to try to find some riders to talk to, or Royal we. Daniel Bogus is down in pit lane, hopefully keeping dry, but we'll find somebody to talk to. But as we look at this circuit, it's in its 11th year of operation now. It's been phenomenally successful. ARRC, as I mentioned in my opening comments. Oh, so much. So Daniel is down in pit lane. Let's see who he's got to talk to.
So the storm has finally arrived here in Buriram. It's raining cats and dogs out there on the track. But we're going to have a chat with Herjun Adna, who's supposed to be out on track already for the Supersport 600. Herjun, the weather suddenly changed. We didn't expect it this early. Thinking about riding in the wet here.
Yeah, I don't have feeling riding in the wet here. Actually, with the 600, I never ride in rain, but my best, and the team already set the bike for, and I hope the rain not getting more big.
Thank you so much, Herjun. Good luck.
Well, I think the rain would struggle to get more bigger because it's absolutely pouring at the moment.
Yeah, it really is.
I think there's only one way it can go from here, and that is hopefully get a little bit lighter. The good news is, looking out there, the clouds don't look anywhere near as menacing in the direction where the rain came from now as what they did prior to that rain coming. So let's hope that it does just abate enough that we can get underway with the final two races on today's program.
Yeah, in this part of the world we do get these really heavy tropical storms. Same for Sepang, but the rain comes down really hard, but it's often wishful thinking. It's often not for long.
Let's hope that's the case for today.
Unlike in other countries like the UK, where it just rains annoyingly all day long.
Well, actually, I think anyone in Australia, in Queensland, would be thinking the same thing at the moment, because it's been raining a lot there over the last couple of months. They certainly won't have any drought conditions to worry about for quite some time.
But this Chang International Circuit does drain quickly, and with a bit of help for some marshals and some squeegees, they should get the surface in reasonably safe condition.
So one thing I did notice, Barry, they certainly don't struggle for marshals here. A lot of marshals all the way around the circuit. A lot of people dressed in orange, and those people do a great job to get out there, volunteer their time to get out there and look after the riders.
Yeah, way back when this started, ARRC and World Superbike did quite a lot to help get the safety up to speed, help get the marshals up to speed. And so these guys know what they're doing really well. They've got a decade of experience under their belts, and honestly, there are probably some as good, but there are certainly no better anywhere in the world than the marshals we got here.
Well, the good thing is that you don't struggle for numbers too. I know some countries usually struggle for numbers to try and get enough marshals out there, but from what I've seen this weekend, each marshal point has been well and truly manned by a crew of hard-working individuals.
Yeah, there's a cultural aspect to it as well, which is people in Buriram are proud of this facility. They're proud of the province, which has really become prominent in Thailand since this circuit was built. Of course, just across the way you've got the football stadium as well, and people are immensely proud of Buriram, and the circuit owners and the local government here get everybody involved. And so the marshals are pleased and proud to get the opportunity to work here.
And they get the best seat in the house to watch some extremely close racing action as well.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, that's right.
So there obviously some riders in this class that you're talking about this morning that have stepped up from the AP 250 class. And interesting that you've got the structure where the riders come through the Underbones into the AP 250 and now making their way up into the Supersport category. But also interesting that you're talking about a couple of riders that have done the opposite. They've come back from Superbike as well, and we've got that once again. Experienced campaigners, new riders making their way up. Combination that we saw work so well in the TVS One Make Championship.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, the notable promotees, if I can call them that, from last season were Reza Danica. Sorry, not Reza Danica. He was last season. Herjanatna Fradaus, who came up from 250s after winning the championship. Second in the championship was Ferozi Torakatula, who kept Herjan honest all the way through.
I was going to say, it was pretty close from memory in that championship.
It was.
10, 12 points or something in it.
Yeah, and Ferozi had a broken leg that season as well, so that was a phenomenal performance from him. Both those guys have earned their way into Supersport. Yeah, the previous season, Reza Danica for Astra Honda. He was the elevated 250 champion. Wayu Nugroho a couple of seasons ago came up from 250s. Anupam Sarmoon has moved down. Last time we saw him in ARRC, he was in Superbikes back in 2022.
So he's had a couple of years off as well.
Yeah, he's been in World Supersport, so he's got used to riding
the 600s, so he thought he'd continue on.
Yeah, and Daniel Kazmayuddin, who's on the Hongyong Yamaha, he's moved down from Superbike after 3 seasons in Superbikes.
Onto a Yamaha Supersport machine.
Yeah, onto a Supersport, and going very well, as we can see from the qualifying times.
He was actually less than 0.2 of a second off the pole position.
Yeah, that's right. There's so much quality in this field. International experience. I'm just counting down now. 1, 2, 3. The top 3 all have World Championship experience. Top 3 qualifiers. Tanat, I don't think has yet, but he's on his way. Helmi, yes. Moto2, Anupam, yes, we just talked about. So I think we're in a position to get our podium ceremony underway for the AP 250s as we watch the safety car splash its way around. So let's go down. There we are for the
Yamaha Racing Indonesia, Chandra Hermawan.
So very quick move
And
of the podium
from Astra Honda Racing
into
Team,
pit lane.
Fadila Arbi Aditama. And the best team for AP 250 Race 1, Astra Honda Racing Team. And now to present the Riders' Trophies, we would like to invite Mr. Toyokazu Handa, Managing Director of Idemitsu Loop Asia Pacific, to the podium. In third place, from Indonesia, Davino Brittani. In second place, from Indonesia, Chandra Hermawan. And your race winner, from Indonesia, from Astra Honda Racing Team, Fadila Arbi Aditama. And now to present the team award, we'd like to invite Mr. Tongchai Wongsawan from FIM Asia to the podium. And the best team for AP 250 Race 1, Astra Honda Racing Team. And now we'd like to invite Mr. Toyokazu Handa and Mr. Tongchai Wongsawan to take a photo with our race winners.
Okay, straight.
Ladies and gentlemen, give another big round of applause for the AP 250 race winners. And a big thank you to Mr. Toyokazu Handa and Mr. Tongchai Wongsawan for presenting the awards to our winners.
Well, there you go. Fadila Abi at Dahama took the race win. 25 points for him. He now leads the championship. Kandra on board the 88 machine finished in second with 20 points. And Davino Brittani will take 16, and that means that he goes into race number 2 tomorrow. Barry in third position.
Yep, and in fourth, Murabul Vitoni on his debut in this series, having stepped up from Underbones for Ardiansha. Next up, he finished 5th today, and Galanghendra Pratama was 6th.
Cal Vietnam took 7th after starting a long way back on the grid, so that's a great result for him. 9 points and 7th place in the championship. Aki Yoshi on board the first of the Kawasaki's in 8th will take 8 points. Top finishing Kawasaki, so good result for Aki Yoshi for the Kawasaki Motul Sniper manual tech machine.
Yeah, very much so. And finishing 9th was for Victor Racing Team, Izo Mikmal. Good finish for them, banking 7 points at the first race of the season. Napat Chatum for Honda Racing Thailand was next.
Fadil El Ghazai finished in 11th position for the Yamaha Racing Indonesia team, and Daniel Sami finished in 12th place, and he took 4 points away for that result. The two Vietnamese, 13th and 14th, was Nguyen Hue Tri and Nguyen Ton An Pu. 3 and 2 points, and the final points went to Johan Reeves Emmanuel, the Indian rider for the Idemitsu Honda Racing India team. Of course, another race to go tomorrow, and you never know, we could see very different conditions if this afternoon's anything to go by.
And very different points if Kritapat stays on board.
That's, well, a very good point, because Kritapat's shown pace all weekend, but unfortunately he was the next rider through, wasn't he, in 16th position, and no points for our pole sitter.
Okay, we're going to go to a commercial break and come back in 2 minutes.
And welcome back to the Chang International Circuit at Buriram here in Thailand. It is the first round of the 2025 FIM Idemitsu Asia Road Racing Championships, and we have had a slight delay in the program because the rain has been absolutely bucketing down here. But the good news is, Barry, that I think the rain's just starting to lighten up a fraction, and hopefully we might be able to get some motorbikes out on the circuit very, very soon to start the afternoon program. We've got 2 classes left, the 2 most important classes for some. in the Supersport 600 and also ASB Superbike 1000.
Yeah, and we're just going to go to Daniel while we wait for the rain to ease off a little more.
I'm down in the paddock here with Sal Khan from Dunlop. So Sal, the weather took an unexpected turn and now it's looking like a proper wet race. How do you think the riders are going to fare out there with the wet tyres?
To be honest, these guys in this paddock are generally used to this kind of hot climate and storms coming suddenly, so they're going to cope quite well.
We've heard that the grip levels here in the wet are quite high. Do you have any feedback from the riders in the past?
Yeah, honestly, the wets work well, even at these temperatures. So we've had a downpour. It looks like it's easing now, but sadly it looks like it'll be wet for both races.
Thank you so much, Sal. We'll look forward to seeing you on the grid.
Thank you.
Well, you know that the track temperature's probably come down a fraction as well, which is going to mean that whatever tyres they use are not going to cop the punishment that we saw yesterday. Let's just talk about those record track temperatures of yesterday. 60, was it 65 plus degrees for track temperature?
Yeah, they thought the track temperatures were approaching 70 at one stage, but which was absolutely crazy. They're going to be nowhere near that, Phil. Not now.
Well, it just sounds like that rain has just picked up a fraction again. So let's hope that it doesn't last too long. The good news is that where the clouds came from, there is certainly much clearer looking skies.
Yeah, and there's a few shadows, a few bits of sunlight glinting off some of the metal furniture here around the circuit.
All right, I'm with fast man Azan Shah over here. So Azan, the weather took an unexpected turn. It's probably wet there. Sal expects wet race for both races. I'm thinking it's going to be 50-50 later on. How do you feel about it?
Wow, so tricky. So we can see the sky, half dark and half very bright. So it's very tricky for rider to choose the tire. But we see the amount of the water coming down is, I'm sure it's fully wet and it's a wet race.
So another one now about qualifying. We saw a few moments for you in qualifying. Can you tell us what happened there?
Yeah, I was feeling good in the beginning and I just make a mistake. I hold the brake too much and I low side in the turn 3. And after I put the qualified tire, the second run, I make a mistake. I push too much on the throttle inside the sector 3. So yeah, it was my mistake and P6. But yeah, we need to have a good start and a good race.
Thank you so much, Hassan. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, of course, that team too, Barry, has the brand new motorbikes this weekend. They literally, I think, arrived at the track, didn't they, Thursday morning, was it?
Yeah, they missed the pre-season test on Wednesday. So yeah, they were building the bikes on Thursday and took them on track yesterday.
And talking to a few of the BMW teams, it is quite a significant upgrade, the new bikes as well, with was it new engine, new frame, new electronics, and new front
brake mounts,
brake mounts and everything that give the new bike a significant advantage. A lot of that was top speed. You have a look at the top speed of the A1 Energy machines and Lachlan Eppis's machine, which is the older bike. It was about 15 kilometre an hour top speed difference.
Yeah, big difference, big upgrade. And we keep thinking that it's getting brighter, and you can see some sunlight that's reflecting down there. But the rain, and looking at the raindrops in the puddles, and the racetrack basically is a big puddle. Information coming through there, race start delayed. Oh well, thank you for that. A few hardy spectators hanging in there. Safety car kicking up plenty of spray.
Well, that's normal car road tyres. Imagine what the Dunlop wets are going to do with the amount of water they're going to displace out of those tyres.
Absolutely, yeah. You really want to be at the front and nowhere else.
Yeah, we'll have a significant gap between you and the rider in front so you can actually see. Well, there's plenty more riders down there in the pits that are wondering what to do. Daniel's with one of them to find out what he's thinking.
So Anupap, you know this track better than most people in this grid. How do you feel about the conditions going in?
Yes. For me now is the tag is full weight. Sure. We have the new setting, the full weight on the bike now. I think the somewhere in the turn 4 or turn 8 have the deliver. Yeah. I feel about I like about 80% sure. I know the track, I know the breaking point, I know the open the thruster, the poise, but I think I don't have the lesson here, 2 or 3 years more. I'm not sure. I learning with the bike now in the sighting lab. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Anupap. Good luck for the race.
So a couple of rivers on the track we hear, and we know exactly what he means. And you said one of them's at turn 4. Well, that's a very, very fast turn to go through a river run. So spectators keeping in good humour there while they wait for the rain to subside. I can't see any of them from this position. I think they're opposite the podium.
Yeah, I think they're up further to our left.
Yeah, this commentary position we're on is smack bang over the finish line.
Also, there's a few people taking advantage of the fact that the grandstand does offer protection from that very heavy downpour. That spectator is not getting any protection from the downpour, but looks like he managed to have caught dinner.
Yeah, dinner's going to be easier to catch today, I think. And you probably noticed, Phil, the configuration of... Okay, Daniel's busy down there. Let's see who he's talking to this time.
All right, so we're here with Kasma Daniel and Mikili Galvez. So both of them qualified really well. They've been looking strong this weekend. So I'm going to start up with Kasma. Kasma, back into the 600 class. Now you're going to race in a wet race with the 600s. How do you feel about it?
I don't know how to discuss because in 600, 6 years, 2019 last time riding and I never touched again 600. But now with coming back riding 600 and in wet condition is quite tricky for me and also quite like maybe I will try my best and I hope just try to be safe and try stay on the track.
Looking forward to it. Kyle, you've been looking really good in the 600s this season. Such a good qualifying position as well. So I want to ask you, now we're going to do this in the wet. How do you feel about it?
For me, I'm a little bit nervous because only this time I will try to race in wet conditions. So let's see if things will going well.
Thank you so much, Kyle. Good luck with this one.
Inevitably, the nerves coming in when you know you're going to have to race in a wet race.
That's a pretty solid neck tattoo he's got there too, Barry. That's well, he's got number 23 on there so that he won't forget his race number anyway.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So let's just take a look at the action earlier this afternoon. Let's see what happened in the TVS Asia One Make Championship. Back when it was sunny, Phil.
Yep, certainly was, and as you can see, all the riders got off the line there, but it was the reigning champion that didn't get the best jump off the line, but he was well placed in the group. That was Hiroshi Ono Hiro on bike number 1.
Yeah.
Oh, big moment there, though. That was a massive moment. How that rider actually managed to stay on board, I'm still not sure anybody is completely sure.
That was Sartak. I think that was as much willpower as anything else.
So Hiro doing a good job. Ran down as well on board bike number 2. Unfortunately, we had a couple of riders go down early and a couple of mechanical problems as well.
Yeah, we did. There was an early out for, who was it? So long ago. But the point in the race was that Hiroki Ono kept himself there or thereabouts. We're at half distance at this point. He's got Ramdan Rosley chasing him. And by this point, Luis Miguel had closed in and making his presence felt. Another mistake had happened for Hunter Corney, who had been with the leaders and then dropped back and started to make his way back up again. Couldn't quite get back on touch with the top handful.
Well, there's a big off-track excursion there as we came down onto the final laps. But in the end, it was age and experience that beat the youthful exuberance. And Hiro, the champion from last year, put on a polished performance. But this move at the last corner, Lewis going around the outside to take second position, but he was penalised, remember, as they came into Parc Fermé for running off the track on the final lap and went back to third position. Still a great result all round.
That's right, yeah. The infraction wasn't then, it was earlier in the lap. But yeah, another win for Hiroki Ono. So let's go back to Daniel.
Amit Sharfuddin Asman, otherwise known as Damak. So Damak, you're starting from pole for this race, but now completely different conditions. But the rain has stopped and the sun is out. How do you feel about it?
I feel quite excited to start the race for my rookie season in ARRC. So in this condition, I ride before in Malaysian Superbike. So I know well the wet setup on the bike. So I need to keep focus and enjoy the race. So enjoy to fight with other riders. So yeah, we will see, and let's focus on race 1.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the race.
Thank you.
Yeah, and as Sal Khan, the Dunlop tyre technician, was saying earlier on, these guys know how to ride in the wet. The Thai, Indonesian, Malaysian riders, they're all very used to heavy downpours. And some of us enjoying the rain here, including that bird right there. Well, we've got a clearer view of those buildings in the town in Buriram.
Yeah, the rain has subsided substantially in the last 5 minutes or so, which is great news.
Yeah, Damok said it had stopped, so hopefully that's right.
But wasn't it forecast for about 4:15 or something? So it ended up coming probably a good 40 minutes ago. So that's probably 2:30. So it's probably come about 2 hours early. Hopefully now we might have a relatively dry finish to the afternoon. And the big question is, who's going to be the smartest rider on wet tyres on a possibly drying line towards the end of the race? Because it's going to be very interesting to see who can do it. The race has been shortened as well too, to 8 laps.
Yeah, another good move because, of course, the schedule is well out of sync now. Still the...
Blue skies, Barry.
Yeah. So, while we're just waiting for pit exit to open, which will be in about 10 minutes, let's have a look at the Underbone race. Yeah, let's have a look at the Underbone race.
Let's have a look at absolute chaos personified as they got off the line. Look at this. It was like a swarm of bees making their way down towards turn 1 for the first occasion. The good news is everybody made it through turn 1 and we were off with an exciting race. 5, 6, 7 riders abreast early on in the Underbone race. But good to see the Fluoro machines getting there at the front. Unfortunately, the pole sitter's teammate, he didn't have a great start.
No, he was out, but the pole sitter, there he is, the number 61. He had a really good race. He was up at the front, or within touch of the front all the way through. He dropped back to the rear of the group a couple of times, but I've seen riders do this just to make sure that they know they can get back up again later in the race, just to take a break. You referred earlier on, Phil, to it being like a bike race and tactics in the peloton. It's very much like that. And close to the front at this stage being the halfway stage, Nazrul Izzat, the 2023 champion, there he is, the number 87 on the Uma Racing machine, was up near the front. He would fade later. Not fading at all though was the 143 following Shazras, the number 61. There is Shazras's father taking a look, former GP rider, Shahrul Yuzi. Back at the front was the LFN machine of Husni, getting really close. And Akid Aziz and Afif Amran of pit spike. JRT.
Oh, look at that. That was absolute chaos as they came to the line, and there was absolutely nothing. I think we went back and said that there was 0.3 of a second between the top 6 or 7 riders as they came across the line.
Clean win there for Husni Zainal Fauzi.
So, I think we're getting closer to the start. That rain has, well, it's eased off a fraction there. You can see it's only very light rain now.
Yeah,
which means that we should be able to get a race underway very shortly.
Yes, reduced now to about English rain.
It doesn't go for a week at a time, though.
Yeah, no, I don't miss home anymore. And as you were saying, having a covered grandstand here.
Well, it means that the crowd can enjoy the racing. All the teams were out on pit lane there, so it's obviously not raining raining too heavy.
Yeah, so 7 minutes to pit lane opening. Okay, so that was a thrilling recap we just saw of the Underbone 150 race.
And you know what? The AP 250 race was no different, Barry. It came down to the final corner as well, but there was so much action that went on before it. As the bikes got off the line, you could see there the pole sitter, he went up, not forwards, but the good news for him was that as they went there into turn 1 for the first time, he was still in the lead.
Yeah, that was an amazing recovery there from Kripatt. He kept it together, and the first time trying to get around turn 3, it was down and out, unfortunately, for Chen Zhang of AY Antares, and the number 44, Rish Takahira, his teammate, got a flat tyre 1 lap later, so a rotten race for the 2 Chinese run bikes. But back at the front, we had more thrills and spills. That was Irfan Haikal going down there. Irfan Aliancia, his teammate, stayed on and was bravely giving chase to the 3 at the front. Those 3 being Kripatt, RV and Chandra, or Chandra I think is correctly called. There is placidly looking on the Astra Honda team. Second Astra Honda bike there, the number 24, Davina Brittani, staying in touch there in the second group as riders to get in turns from that second group to try and close down the 3 at the front.
Yeah, every one of them unsuccessful though. In the end, even Chandra dropped off the lead group, and it came down to, on the final lap, a battle between 2. But it was Fadila Arbi that, well, I think we described his performance at the time as polished. That's exactly what it was. Even under immense pressure coming into this final corner, you can see there the pole sitter, Kripatt, went down the inside, unfortunately went in there way too hot, lost the front end. In the end, a 2-second win after such a tight and challenging race. But congratulations to Fadila Arbi. He said he was a rookie in the class. He certainly didn't ride like one.
Fantastic debut, and a great performance too from his young teammate Davina Brittani. We see it again. Yeah,
you can see there the point where he realised there was no way in the world he could get that bike turned in to make the corner.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to slide it and jump off.
Yeah, unfortunately he crossed the line in 16th position, which means, Barry, no points for our pole man Kripatt, and he'll be looking for redemption tomorrow.
Yeah, it was stuck in gear, so he'll live to fight another day. With just a few minutes to pit lane opening. And the pit lane will open for 10 minutes. That will be to give riders a chance to ride through and make any adjustments if they want to. Sheriff didn't, pretending that he's feeling sleepy.
He won't be sleepy. You have pretty wide open eyes, I think, by the time he goes into to turn 3 on the first occasion.
I think so too. Yeah.
Well, the question is now, who's got the best helmet for no fogging and making sure that they've got clear vision?
Yep, that's another good point.
I reckon there might have been some busy fitting of pin locks into some of those race visors, or using the double pane visor to try and make sure that there's no fogging.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've all got Well, most of them anyway have got new helmet designs for this year.
There's some pretty stunning ones down there too, I've got to say.
Yeah, Damox there, I was just looking at Sherifuddin's was looking pretty good. Perhaps we'll have a look at that on the grid. So reduction in race distance to 8 laps. Okay, we're going to go to a commercial break now, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes, by which time the bike should be out on track. So stay with us. We're at Chang International Circuit for race 1 of round 1 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Bikes ready to go, go, go. That's a little bit close there. Is perhaps finding the pace a little. That's right.
Perfect working temperature. Better and better.
Is he able to go through? He is! But the switchback. He sees and how physical you need to be. Apiwat has shown that he wants this. He's in the lead once again. And Apiwat takes the victory. P1 to P3 inside a couple of corners.
Down goes, it's a Yamaha. Oh, and there's an engine gone.
Oh, it was Demaseki Pratama. Forced to stand up, and Azra comes off.
Down.
Make up time and space, and also going down.
There's the rider. And down goes Adananta Putra. Phenomenal season.
Apiwat Wong Tananon will celebrate the win.
T24 champion, Apiwat Wong Tananon.
And welcome back to the Chang International Circuit. We're getting ready now for the Supersport 600 race. The good news is that the rain appears to have left the circuit, but I think we're going to be left with very tricky conditions now, Barry, because the circuit at the moment, definitely 100% wet. What the circuit's going to be like in 10 to 15 minutes, and after the riders have had an opportunity to ride around the circuit and do a few laps on wet tyres, are we going to see a dry line? Which could mean very tricky conditions that will need to be managed by those riders in the latter stages of the race. It is a shortened 8-lap race, But I think we're going to see some bikes moving around all over the place through the 12 corners of this Chang International Circuit. The good news for the riders is there's no real corners where they're on the side of the tyre for a long time. It's all pretty much upright braking, but there's a lot of those corners.
Yeah, and recalling Anupam Sarmoon's interview with Daniel while we were waiting for the rain to pass, there's a river at turn 4, which is a fast corner, and another one at turn 8. So they'll be discovering that right now. But looking out of the window here, I can see some rivers between turn 4 and turn 5.
I can also see a fair amount of spray coming off the bikes as they exit and come down through that that final little chicane towards the start-finish line as well. They're all coming back into the pit lane as well too. So obviously coming back to relay the information to their teams of what the track conditions are actually like. Most of the teams are actually out there on the grid though.
Yeah, that's why they gave the 10-minute pit lane open notice, I guess, to allow people to come in, make adjustments, or just do another lap. That's Sha Jin Tong, number 22 for Victor Racing. 36, that's Ferozi Torakatula. All wearing clear visors. And very sensibly, they're all doing, well, most of them anyway, doing a second sighting lap.
Look how wide the circuit is there. There's so many different lines into the entry of turn 3.
Yeah, it is a real hotspot for overtaking, as we've seen already.
So Reza Danica Arens on board the 123 machine, one of the many Astra Hondas in this race. His teammate Herjun Atina was back one position behind him in 11th position.
Yeah, Reza Danica, his second season in Supersport. He won the 250 championship in 23 and got a leg up.
That was for Astra Honda as well?
Yeah. Actually, he previously won a 250 championship a few years back, came up to 600s, didn't quite make it and came back down again.
Won another championship and then came back up.
Yeah.
See there, all the teams down there on the grid. One rider happy with his setup. That's Saifuddin Azman, the pole man, I think it was, on board bike number 63. There's Anyapab, the one that you said to keep an eye on. He's showing the appreciation to the crowd that's come out here to watch him. Yeah, that is a pretty good helmet design, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. He does have a lot. You quite often see the number 24 somewhere. I'm just looking for that, which is a tribute to Desha Kreisart, who he regards as his mentor.
It's the 27 machine of Kazma Daniel. One of the two Hong Leong Yamahas that did a great job to work together in qualifying. Got both of the riders up there onto the first row of the grid.
So there he is, in his very first race on pole position in a wet race. How will this pan out? It's going to be so interesting.
He looks pretty relaxed considering.
Yeah, he does. He does have that demeanour. Kimmy Paz, who expressed some nervousness.
See there, looks like he's got some sort of pin lock or something on the inside of that the visor to aid with the anti-fog.
Here's Kazma Daniel. He said riding at 600 for the first time in 5 or 6 years. Tanat Longpliao, number 31. Got to fancy him around here.
Yeah, on the Honda Racing Thailand machine, obviously he knows the track extremely well.
Yeah, he starts from the inside of row 2. Next to him is Helmi Azman, the Malaysian star. We weren't sure, we knew somebody was going to go up from the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia team to Superbikes. We weren't sure whether it's Helmi or Azroy. It was Azroy in the end. And there is Anupab, who himself has been on 1000cc machines.
Yeah, so he's gone for the double paned visor there, not the pinlock inside his visor.
Yeah,
that could be the
good spot, Phil.
Could be the smart option there, especially with these conditions. Notice that pretty much no one going with a even a light tint visor, because sometimes in these conditions too, Barry, you get a lot of glare.
Yeah.
Which can be very, very distracting. Most of them all going with the full clear visor.
Yeah, there's Adinanta Putra, rookie 2 years ago, had a really good rookie season, got better and better as each race went, had a fantastic year last year, finishing second in the standings to Apiwat Wongtananon, and outside of him, the returning hero, Karolidin Pawi, been in Moto 3, he's been in, more recently, World Supersport, and now he's back in ARRC Supersport 600. Last time, 2023, he was phenomenal. There's Reza Danica, we were talking about earlier on. He really needs to make an impression in this category. Second season now for him. And there is one of the class promotees from 250, Herjan Atner, the 250 champion from 2024. He looks pretty relaxed too.
Yeah, one of the I think at least 4 Indonesians in this class as well.
Yeah, that's Kitsadar Tanachot for Honda Racing Thailand. Rookie this time around.
He looks like he's loving his time in the class so far.
Yeah, he certainly does. And there is Ferozi, really tough, skillful competitor.
I wonder if he's a Johnny Ray fan, that's why he's got that helmet on. That's the helmet that Johnny Ray wore on Kawasaki's 125th anniversary a couple of years ago in World Superbike.
Oh, okay. And there is 16-year-old Rocco Sessler making his 600 debut as well. He's a tall lad. We saw him in TVS Asia One-Make Championship last year. He won a race.
Probably wouldn't fit on the TVS machine if you're getting that
Sergeant
tall.
Tong, yeah, that's right. He's 180 centimetres now. And there's the ever-smiling Victor Racing team. Their charge in this category is Sergeant Tong, the Chinese rider.
And unfortunately, Jack Mahaffey not on the back of the grid. That shoulder injury, meaning that he'll sit out the 2 races here this weekend.
Yeah, we wish him well for a fast recovery, especially as he's got a race next weekend, as you were saying, Phil.
Yeah, he leads the Australian Supersport Championship by 1 point. The next round is at Queensland Raceway next weekend. So he's got about 6 days to try and get the shoulder working properly. And we'll take on his teammate Archie McDonald, who I think pretty much all of them have shared the race wins so far in the first 2 rounds of the championship.
So a lot at stake for him, and we're looking forward to seeing him progress as this season, this ARRC season rolls on. Nice shot there at the back of Herjan's Honda.
Just looking down at the track, I think those rivers at turn 4 may have disappeared now. Still looking at a pretty wet track. The question is, how quickly is it going to dry up if there's no more rain? You can see there's no visible water coming up from the tyres on that car as it makes its way around the circuit.
Yeah, the safety cars just going round turn 4 at the moment. So there could be some...
I thought there might have been someone took the gamble, you know, and took the gamble on the slick tyres.
Maybe too early in the season, or the track's just too wet.
Well, 5 minutes ago when they were, 10 minutes ago when they went out it was, but now, no one doing a Marc Marquez and running off the grid.
I'm not sure, looking at the personalities there, who would do that, to be honest, Phil.
Well, I think with the different rules here, it's going to make it pretty difficult. You haven't got another bike sitting back in the pits ready to go.
I think the only riders with the real chutzpah to do that are probably Kazma. That would put him as the number one likely lad to do something like that.
It's going to be interesting to see who can make these tyres last, especially if the track does start to show a real drawing line at about half race distance. Trying to ride around on tyres that are moving around all over the place could mean that we're going to be in for an exciting race. A race of strategy and tyre management.
Yeah, nice close-ups coming in now of the tread on the rain tyres. That's the back of Wishy Wee. You remember him, Phil?
Yes, Yuichi Wee. He was a very good 125 rider back in the day.
He was phenomenal. For two seasons he had when he was almost unbeatable, except when he beat himself.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he used to have two helmets, a blue helmet and a red helmet? And when he woke up in the morning, he'd decide which helmet he was going to wear on the Sunday. And a lot of the time when he wore the red helmet, it wasn't good news.
I'm going to ask him, because I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that was him. Pretty sure after many years of watching Japanese riders in the 125s and now Moto 3 category.
Yeah, he was one of my heroes back then, and when I saw him in the paddock, I told him as much. And yeah, we have quite a lot of banter, so I will ask him that. Oh, okay, so I've lost my connection, that's great. So there is the promotions director, Ron Hogg, the man behind this series, talking to, obviously, as you can see, the two tyre honchos.
1 minute until we're ready to head off on the warm-up lap. And then a reduced 8-lap race. A few smiles on the grid there. Now there's a few nervous faces on the grid.
Yeah.
I think they've all seen that the track is drying as well. But still, look at that. The start-finish area, it's still very, very wet there.
Yeah, it is.
But just looking out of our commentary position, down at the entry into turn 12, Barry, it's looking considerably drier than what it is in the start-finish area. Have a look down there. That's looking a lot drier.
Yeah. And looking at the grid here, pole man, Sherifuddin Azman, the number 63, next to him, McKinley Carl Paz, and outside of him, Kazma Daniel, Kazmayuddin.
Second row of the grid is Tanak Longplio on board the Honda Racing Thailand machine, position number 4. Helmi Azman on board another Honda in position number 5 for Idemitsu Honda Racing. And the Yamaha on the outside of the grid belongs to Anyapab Samoon, one you've said to watch in the rain.
Definitely. And Wayu Nugroho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia starts 7th. Next to him, Adananta Putra, who I expected to have qualified better. Karolin Paui, bit of a quiet weekend, but my goodness, he's good in the wet. Starts 9th.
Riza Danica Arens on board. His Honda is 10th. Herjun Atna is in 11th place on board another Honda, and making it a Honda trio on the 4th row of the grid is Kitsada Titshot, the local Thai rider.
And rounding off the grid, we've got Ferozi Torikatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, Rocco Sessler, the German, for One For All, and Shajin Tong on the Victor Racing Yamaha outside of him. And unfortunately, Jack Mahaffey not starting.
For the Fusport Team Asia concern, but it's Anyapab that's leading him around on the warm-up lap. Look at that, there's no water being dissipated by those wet tyres at that part of the circuit. I think the riders have now got to familiarise themselves with what part of the circuit is wet and what part isn't so wet, because the conditions have changed massively since they've been sitting down there on the grid.
Yeah, they
Look
have.
at that. There's a lot of water in that corner, but 2 corners ago, not the case.
Yeah, you can see that. It's turn 5 and 6, I think. But yeah, this run down here to turn 12, like you were saying, Phil, looking a lot better.
Anyapab once again thanking the fans for coming out. Obviously, there must be a lot of his fan club down there on the entry into turn 12, the final corner.
Yeah, the Thai fans do get behind their riders, and the Thai media too. You'll have seen at MotoGP with Somkiat Chantra when he made his debut.
Also, got to say, one of the best helmet designs going around in MotoGP at the moment.
True.
Doing a pretty good job as a rookie too, I've got to say. Learning the bike, not doing anything too silly, and looking forward to his watching his career as we get ready to go racing. It is Saifuddin Azman on pole position on board bike number 63. The two Yamaha teammates, McKinley Cole Paz and Casper Daniel, next to him as we get ready to go racing. The lights are on. We're away. Good stuff from all the riders on the front row of the grid. So they've all got away pretty cleanly. Someone charging through the field. And as they come down into turn one for the first time, it's the pole man that leads the race. But I think Anyapab tried to move forward, didn't quite get the run out of the corner, and is still sitting back in about his starting position of 5th or 6th.
Yeah, it's a good start from Tanachok. Tanachok came through well. 31, Tanak Longpliao. 21, Adinanta Putra has come up really well.
That was a big move on the brakes into turn 3. Showing a lot of bravery on board that machine. He's up into 3rd now.
Brilliant start from the Indonesian.
Helmi Azman back to 4th, but he's just been relegated by one of the Yamahas on the brakes. Oh no, he hasn't. He's fought back hard. And he will come down onto the infield section, still holding down 4th position. Oh, he's gone in there with a lot of corner entry speed. No way around the outside, though, of the Tanat Longpliao's machine, the Thai rider.
Yeah, let's try and pick up the Hongyang Yamahas. So we got the number 23 in 5th place. That's McKinley Carl Paz. Casper Daniel is quite a lot further back. He's got Anupab in front of him.
I think Adenda Putra has just actually taken the lead of the race on the brakes. He has. Look at that. He's obviously, he's getting the back end, starting to step out a little bit. He's quite happy to push on early on in this race.
Yeah, aggressive rider, not worried about the conditions. Really fantastic start and first lap from Adinanta.
Yeah, still got the foot out. Doesn't mind pushing it hard into the final corner. He's obviously learnt what the track was like on that warm-up lap. He's quite happy to push on early in this race. He probably realises also that he can't afford to lose too much because it is only an 8-lap race.
Yeah, Tanat and Helmi also looking confident.
So Tanat's trying to go with him on board that 31 bike. Then it's Mohammed Helmi Azman on the next one. Then Saifuddin Azman, the next rider through. Well, no, Saifuddin's actually dropped back a fraction. I think is that McKinley Kyle Paz or...
Yeah, that's Kyle is P4 currently.
Yeah,
and he's got Sharafuddin behind him. And then it's Anupab, who's in danger of losing touch with this group.
You can see a lot of dark clouds in the background there. I'm hoping that's moving away from the circuit and not continuing to threaten the circuit with rain.
This is impressive stuff from McKinley Carl Paz. The Filipino said he was nervous.
Well, you can see that Helmi was pushing on there and it didn't seem to faze McKinley Carl Paz at all. He just came straight up the... well, there he goes once again. There's another big challenge, and that's moved him up into 2nd position now. Fighting back immediately, though, is Tanat. See, lean angle's nowhere near as much as what we achieve in the dry, but the amount of corner speed that they're still managing to carry with those tyres.
Yeah, these tyres are brilliant, but in a lot of the track here is dryish anyway.
What that's going to do is going to wear the tyres down even quicker, so that when they do get to the wet bits, there's not going to be as much tread. Lucky this race is only an 8-lap duration. Got a lead group of 4 now that have just made a small break. Oh, has a quick look over the shoulder there, Adenda Putra. Not sure what that was about, because we're only just starting the 3rd lap of the race.
Perhaps he's feeling confident. Perhaps he's wondering how much harder he could or should push. Let's see if that becomes apparent.
Well, if he had a look behind him, he may see that bike number 23, McKinley Kyle Paz, is on a huge charge now. Although fighting back immediately on the brakes. I think McKinley Kyle Bass's bike is fast in a straight line, but obviously Tanat is very, very good on the brakes into turn 3, or into turn 2, that is.
Yeah, one of the other Astra Hondas went wide there at turn 3. And the pub down in 5th, not quite in touch with this group. But, oh, look at Tanat and McKinley Kyle Paz taking the fight to Adnanta Putra as they get to the infield section into turn 5.
Because that Tanat got pushed way out wide, then he's dropped back to 4th place now as Helmi Asman moves up into 3rd. That was because I think it was a long way back from the outside of the circuit where he was in that corner. He had to try and get back online as McKinley Kyle Paz makes a bid for the lead.
Yeah, a little twitch there for the Filipino, but he kept it pinned. His teammate Casper Daniel is in 9th, so a long way back.
So just looking at it, the top 3 have got, well, the top 4 have got a lead of 1 second, or had it the last lap. So who's that on bike number 89? That's Wahyu.
Wahyu Nugroho
he has
coming
moved
up
forward. I reckon keep an eye on him. He could have been the fastest rider on that last lap, going by the lap times as they come across the line. No, the fastest rider on the... Oh, yeah, Wahyu, there he is. He's just moved up into 4th place with a 151.6. Fastest rider on the track. He was fastest in all 3 sectors and is certainly a man on a charge. Keep your eye on him over the next couple of laps.
Yeah, it's good. He had a promising start to his rookie year last year and then faded. And now he seems to be coming back again in difficult conditions.
He started out of row 3, so he wasn't certainly out of the game qualifying-wise. Obviously, he doesn't mind the bike moving around a little bit. You can see him there using the body language to get to the inside of the bike, try and keep the bike as upright as he can, accelerate on the fat part of the tyre. Out of turn 3 and down towards turn 4 now.
Yeah.
Certainly no river at turn 4 now. That looks like it's one of the drier corners on the entry. Then it goes wet halfway through.
Yeah, and Wahyu got the better of Anupab. Much fancied Anupab.
I think McKinley Kyle Paz is trying to make a break here. You can see in the lead, and he's really putting his head down now.
It's a brave move.
Well, the 2 Honda riders are certainly not trying to let him get away. So I've got a Yamaha leading from 2 Hondas, then another 2 Yamahas, and then a Honda. So 3 of each inside that top 6. Circuit's still very wet there. That's going to cool these tyres down. That are going to start getting extremely hot on those dry areas of the circuit. Just having a look at the top speed. Still pushing up towards 260 k's an hour top speed. Oh!
Yeah, Wahyu looking aggressive. He needs to be careful. He could just get a little bit carried away.
Yeah, he looked like he may have just fractionally overstepped the mark there and had to try and keep the bike on track. Corner we've already seen plenty of incidents today. Good little battle going back on there in that second group. Casper Daniel in that group on board bike number 27.
Yeah, and it's being led by Herjanatna.
Oh, on the brakes. Wahyu just getting shoveled out to the side. Was that Helmi Asman that pushed him wide there on the way into turn 3?
Yeah, good work at the front too from Adnanta. Squeezes past McKinley Kyle Paz.
Look at the gap they've opened up too, Barry. That's well, it seemed to be a little bit more. Oh, big moment there for McKinley Kyle Paz, who'd gone back into the lead, has a look over his shoulder. Did you see that? And I think that Adenta Putra had no option because it happened right in front of him.
Yeah, and all those 6, they were in 3 pairs with evenly spaced, and now they're bunching up again.
Well, and also too, I think Helmi Asman's just moved up into second place as well, because when that moment for Paz, you could see that Adenda Putra had to get out of the throttle. Here we go, see a replay of this now. You can see challenging up the inside there, but across the front of him, just closed the door well and truly in his face, and then had a big moment as he tipped into the next corner and had to get out of the throttle, and then that meant that he lost a position on track. And Yupab's on a charge now too. He's up into 4th place.
Now it's McKinley Kyle Paz ahead of this group.
No, he's back in 6th position. So he's had a massive moment.
Yeah, yeah.
Look, there he is at the back of that group as they come across the line. It is Idemitsu that leads on board the 21 bike. Wayhu's up into 2nd place. He's been a big mover in this race. And Yupab, the man that you said to keep an eye on, is still well and truly well placed in 4th.
As he is, Helmi Asman, well placed in 3rd. And this is good performance from Wayne Agroho if he can keep a cool head.
I think this might also be a matter of going as fast as you can without wrecking the tyres, keeping something in store for possibly the last lap to try and make a break and have something in the tank.
Yeah, there's an error from Anupab, went into turn 3, too hot and too wide.
Here we go, on the big move on the brakes there from Helmi Asman. The Fluoro 32 is certainly on a bit of a charge now. He made his way forward and then dropped back a couple of positions, but he's shown that he's very good on the brakes, especially there into turn 4.
Yeah, Helmi's such a strong rider. Always seems to put himself in championship contention. He hasn't won one yet.
McKinley Kyle Paz doesn't seem to be able to work his way forward. Remember, he was leading the race a couple of laps ago until he had a big moment and went from the lead back to 6th position. But remember, he had a warning a few corners before he had the big moment too. Remember that, Barry, at turn 4?
Yeah.
And nearly ended up with a CBR 600 sitting on the ducktail of his Yamaha.
Here comes Helmi into turn 12.
Oh, another big moment there. Was that McKinley Kyle Paz again? I think it was, actually. It was definitely, well, he's back at the back of the group again now.
He's still at the back. Wayne Agroho still looking really confident. If he managed to keep it on the black, he'll have his best result. It's not curse him anyway.
Was that Wahib
Anupab's
or...
moving up now, Phil, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, was that Wahib or Anupab that had that big moment at turn 2? The answer to the question was it wasn't Anupab because he was challenging for the lead.
Yeah, and...
That's McKinley Kyle Paz's teammate, I think.
Yeah,
you'll find
Kazma.
Kazma Daniel. He's got some sort of problem with the 27 machine.
Yeah, so he pulls into the technical area. He's done.
Oh, a bit of water being splashed up there. I think it looked like that was from the ripple strip. May have a knee starting to drop into the ripple strip there as they get a little bit more confident on the brakes.
Yeah, a little break here from Adenanta with 1.5 laps left. Helmi's dropped back.
And Idemitsu's got a pretty handy little lead at the moment, but the one man that's been able to pull back those leads, Wahid Negro, is starting to make his way forward now as well. And Yupab's dropped back as well on 500.
Yeah, and Carl.
Here's a replay of what happened a couple of corners ago. You can see there up the inside the 21 machine of Idemitsu, but off the track, that was Anupab on board the 500 bike. And who was that he took with him? It was one of the Hondas.
That was Helmi, yeah. So Helmi was a bit of target fixation maybe there. Oh, big wiggle on the exit to turn 12, but he keeps it up for Idemitsu. McKinley Kyle Paz fought his way back up into P3, and this fantastic showing by Wahyu Nugroho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia continues as we're into the last few kilometres.
Well, not only has McKinley Kyle Paz fought his way back up into 3rd position, he's made up a lot of distance by setting the fastest lap of the race, a 1:50.138. Now he's challenging for 2nd place. He's gone the high wide line into turn 3, and it's worked for him. So keep an eye on this final half of this race. The race is not yet in the bag for Idemitsu on board the 21 Honda machine. He's got the 2 Yamahas of McKinley Kyle Paz and also Wahyu Negro chasing him down over this last half a lap. Don't forget Tanat as well, the local Thai rider, looking to put on a performance here in front of his home fans.
Yeah, and Anupab looking out of contention now.
Yeah, that moment where he ran on turn 3 has certainly cost him big time in the final results. Oh, right out onto the ripple strip there for Tanat. That was risky.
Tell you what, McKinley Carl-Paz thinks he can win this.
Well, half a lap to go. Less than half a lap, in fact. We're coming round through these final corners now, and we'll set sail for the finish line. Here they come down the final straight. Can McKinley Carl-Paz outbreak it on the last corner, or is it Idemitsu Putra that's going to have the answers? He's good into the last corner. McKinley Carl-Paz might have to settle for second here. A good drive out of this corner. They all get out of shape, and it is Idemitsu Putra that takes the win. What a performance.
Yeah, and they all stay up. And that's a wheelie from Wayu Nugroho. That's his first podium in this class. So congratulations to the Indonesian and to Yamaha Racing Indonesia, who've kept the faith with their rider.
Well, that was a great ride in extremely tricky conditions too, from all of those riders in that lead group.
Yeah, Idemitsu has got better and better. He got his first win last year in Japan, if I remember rightly. Now he's got a second win, and he gave it everything in the chase for the championship behind Apiwatwang Tananon last year. And now you can see what that means to him. He put it all the line, and it worked. Indonesians exchange congratulations.
They certainly weren't working together in that race.
No, they weren't.
They were all battling each other.
No, they weren't. And that was a really plucky race there for McKinley Carl-Paz, who did the fastest lap of the race on the last lap.
Well, actually, he did it on the second last lap as well, and maybe a lap or two before that as well. So that's quite a few, because remember I said that he'd caught Black not only positions on the track, but the distance as well. But the win goes to Idemitsu Putra, and he will take the win by 0.4 of a second. In the end, it looks a lot more distance than what was actually in it, because it was a very close race, and Wayu Nugroho takes his first podium. A great result for him in third.
Yeah, Tanat Longpliao, he was there or thereabouts for most of the race, rode well. Fourth, fifth, Anupab Samoon didn't quite do what we thought he might. Sarifuddin Azman started from pole, finished in sixth. Helmi Azman faded towards the end. He went off with Anupab on the penultimate lap, and Herjan Atner was eighth.
Ferozi takes ninth position ahead of Riza Danica Arens on the Astra Honda in 10th. Kitsa Tanachot in 11th, Rocco Sessler, the German, in 12th, Carol Idampawi in 13th, the Chinese rider in 14th, and Kazma Daniel. Unfortunately, Barry looked like he had some sort of technical issue, which meant that he didn't finish the race.
Yeah, no finish for him. If he could have done, that would have been a point, as there were 15 finishers. But 2 points for Sha Jun Tong. Good work for him, and fantastic work for Idemitsu Putra, because he really was under pressure there from McKinley Carl-Paz, and Wayu Nugroho was all over him as well.
You have a look in that lead group though, pretty much everybody in that top 6 or 7, I think, had a chance of leading the race at some stage.
Yeah. Great race. Celebrations there, that's win number 2. He was second in the championship last year. He would love to be number 1 this year, that's for sure. And this is what it means to get your first podium in a new race category, especially with the caliber of competition you've got here. Congratulations to Wayu Nugroho. That's the tall figure of Atlanta, looking, if anything, slightly bewildered. He's making his way to Park Ferme.
On 2 Yamahas and a Honda in the top 3 as well. So this championship was dominated by Honda for many, many years, but Yamaha have come back strong over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and McKinley Carl-Paz has well and truly arrived in this class. He's looked good right from the pre-season test on Wednesday, all the way through free practice yesterday. And he's put himself on the podium with a magnificent fighting P2 today. Brilliantly done.
Well, it could have been anything. It could have been a win, because he was so close a couple of times. He was another one that went forward had some big moments. What, he had 2 or 3 big moments. One of them, he went first back to 6th.
Yeah, that's right. And he fought his way back up. Absolutely brilliant ride. And we know there are a lot of Filipinos watching, so shout out to you guys. Hope you enjoyed that. Your man did you guys proud. Absolutely. Just a little bit more track maintenance. Got one more race to go for ASB 1000, and these conditions are going to be tricky, aren't they, Phil?
Well, they certainly are, because the track is drying, so we might see some people take the options. Well, it's time for our top 3. They're with Daniel.
We're on Park Ferminao, Wahyu Nugroho. Wahyu, it's a welcome back to the podium for you in really tricky conditions and a tough race with 6 riders. Can you tell us about that race?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say Alhamdulillah, and of course, I want to say thank you so much for my brother at home, because already carrying me always until now. Now I can stand here, and also my team, they already make a very great work since I got with them until now. And yeah, it was a difficult race because this is my first time race on rain with 600, but it was so fun and I enjoy it. And yeah, on the next round and every race I will try to always get best result to be in podium. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wahyu. Big congratulations to you. And in P2, we have none other than the top Filipino, Michele Calpads. Michele Cal finishing a brilliant second. Cal, big congratulations to you. Tricky conditions out there, but what a battle there was and what a fight from you. Tell us about that race.
Yes, about this race. It's raining, but I don't know that it will happen because we practice like dry, and Saturday we race 1 and then rain. So for us, we don't have any idea what will gonna happen. So during the race, try to understand the condition, the bike. But I think it was perfect for us. And I would like to thank to my team for doing a great job fixing my bike. And I would like to thank to all my supporters in Philippines, especially to my lucky charm, to my girlfriend.
Thank you so much, Carl. Big congratulations to you. And the race winner for the Super Sports 600 race 1 for the opening round here at the Chang International Circuit, Adinanta Putra. Adinanta, you showed brilliant control. You are looking more and more confident on the 600 every day, but it wasn't easy for you. Tell us about it.
Yes. Alhamdulillah, I want to say to Allah, Alhamdulillah, and then my family and my friend all who support me from home. Thank you very much. I don't know what to say. I just very happy. Actually, yes, the track was very slippery, but I try to maintain and just be calm every lap until the last lap. And yeah, in the last lap, I just hear from back some bike was behind of me, more close, and then I just try to maintain until the finish line. Yeah, Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adinanta. Big congratulations.
And also thank you for Asta on the racing team. All prepare for this week. Tomorrow race 2, we give more best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adinanta. Big congratulations again.
Well, look out if he's going to give more pace tomorrow. But certainly a very interesting start to the race. There was a delay, there was rain all over the place, but the riders got away and everyone made it through turn 1. But early on, our pole sitter was well placed.
Yeah, and track conditions, as we suspected, changed during the race. Just at this point, it was Sherifuddin Azman who got away well from pole to start off with. Tanak Longpliao threatening, and Azman up there for most of it. And McKinley Carpaz, you can see, started well and kept himself in the first 3 or 4. for most of the race, except for one occasion.
Yeah, but also Adinata Putra had come from the seventh position on the grid on the third row to make his presence felt early on in the race. There he is leading early on as well, but he had Tanat, the other tie rider for company, on board bike number 31. McKinley Kyle Paz made his way to the lead. Here he was leading. The next minute, Barry, that we saw him, he was back in sixth position, but not only back in sixth position, but a long way distance-wise behind the leader, which he had to try and fight back.
Yeah, I stood up to look out of the window to see where he was. But anyway, the rest is history. He made his way back up to the front.
Good battle going on in the second group as well.
Yeah, it was.
That was while Kazma Daniel was still actually going. Unfortunately, his race was to end early.
Yeah, this group nice and tight. We thought maybe Anubhav Samoon was going to come through, but he ran wide once or twice. That was the second time.
I think it was all at the same corner too, as this lead group started to close up once again. And Helmi Asman was once again in the battle as well, as the race finished early for McKinley Kalpaz's teammate.
Yeah, Wanya Groho, should mention him because he was threatening all the way through this race in third position just at that point. And as we got into the final lap, he really looked as though he was going to make a lunge for the lead. But Adinanta, as he said, he could hear other bikes around him, but he rode his own race, held his line. Nice, clean, slightly slippery exit.
Well, you can tell he went into that final corner as hard as he was prepared to, and no one else was able to outbrake him. And all of them moving around on the way out, but in the end, he took the race win by a comfortable margin, and a good result to start off the weekend.
One. In third place, from Yamaha Racing Indonesia, Wahyu Nugroho.
There we go, Wahyu Nugroho for the first time in Supersport 600. Makes his way to the podium.
From Hongleong Yamaha Racing, McKinley Kalpaz.
I think we're going to be seeing that big grin more than once, more time this season.
And your race winner from Astra Honda Racing Team, Muhammad Adinanta Putra. And the best team for Supersport 600, Astra Honda Racing Team. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia. Present the winners' trophies. We would like to invite Mr. Stefan Maki Karapiat, FIM Asia President, to the podium.
Where's the trophy?
In third place, from Indonesia, Wahyu Nugroho. In second place, from the Philippines, McKinley Kalpaz. And your race winner from Indonesia, Muhammad Adinanta Putra. And now to present the team award, we'd like to invite Mr. Toyokazu Handa, Managing Director of Idemitsu Loop Asia Pacific, to the podium. And the best team for the Supersport 600 Race 1, Astra Honda Racing Team. Now we'd like to invite Mr. Stefan Maki Karapiat and Mr. Toyokazu Handa to take a photo with our race winners. Ladies and gentlemen, give another big round of applause for the Supersport 600 race winners. And a big thank you to Mr. Stefan Maki Karapiat and Mr. Toyokazu Handa for presenting the awards to our winners.
Well, trickiest conditions of the weekend for the Supersport 600 riders, and the point situation heading into tomorrow's second race of the year sees Adinata Putra leading on 25 points from McKinley. Kyle Paz on 20, and Wayhu Negro's just celebrated his first podium, and he's also third in the championship chase.
Yeah, Tanat Long play out, did the job for Honda Racing Thailand, did a very decent job to finish fourth and collect 13 points. Anupab Samoon, his compatriot, and rider of course for Yamaha Thailand, picked up 11 points for 5th, 6th. Pole sitter Sherifuddin Asman was 6th, and 7th Helmi Asman. Herjanatna, who led that second group, was 8th and picked up 8 points.
And tomorrow's dry race could see a whole different group of riders at the front of that race, especially when we consider that those conditions were very, very tricky. But there's plenty more action coming up here from the Chang International Circuit. One more race to go. It is the ASB 1000 class. Back shortly.
The 2024 season is underway, and Hafiz Sharin is out. Right mistake? I'm not quite sure, but look at this in P3. Hafiz Sharin is going to take this. Sharin Abdullah for JDT. Hafiz on the
Passaway for him to
through in P1.
for the home win. There's contact there between the shoulder of
goes in front of Nishimura, and then Nishimura.
Quickest through the speed trap.
295. Aslan Shah beginning to be under. Those Hondas, maybe they've got more on the technical part. Back number 92. Oh, he's a lap. Here is your new ASB 1000 champion.
2024 champion, it says on that pit board. And he gets hoisted in the
story of 12 races.
Jubilation at the end of last season here at Chang International Circuit at the beginning of December, when Yuki Kuni took the championship by 2 points from Andy Fred Izdiha.
But I think one thing that we can be sure of with these changing conditions, Barry, this is going to be a very interesting race, because we're hearing reports coming up from the grid that there is some wildly different tyre combinations being opted for by some of the riders.
Someone wets, someone slicks, and one rider
with one of each.
With one of each.
Couldn't make up his mind, so he decided to go with one of each.
Yeah, good move. That rider being none other than Aslan Shah. But looking at these, well, there's the circuit, and it's dry in places,
and it's not so dry in other places. But is it really wet? That's the thing we saw in that Supersport 600 race, about how the tyres were really starting to move around at the end of the race, and that would be the concern for these Superbike guys. Maybe a couple of them have done the warm-up lap. There's some tyres being changed on the grid. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a full slick tyre underneath that tyre warmer there that's about to get put into
I think
that new BMW.
I think the whole field is going to end up on slicks, including Apiwat, who went on full wets. Hafiz putting in slicks.
Be good to get an update down there from the grid when all of those bikes get back there, of who's decided to do what with the tyres just before the race gets underway.
So soft slick there for Kita Abe on the STG Honda. Aslan keeping out of the way.
Are you saying that was a new helmet designed for him for this year as well?
Yeah.
Looks like he's gone for the matte paint option rather than the gloss.
He does do great helmet designs.
So just about all the field now starting to make their way back to the grid.
Yeah, and we're going to go down to Daniel, who will give us a bit more information, no doubt.
So on the grid for the thousands, right now, if we have a look at the ground, you can see that it's drying conditions, and that's why you can see everyone that was on wet tires are changing to dry. So I'm going to have a look around and see if we can find anyone else. Azra nearly fell right behind the camera, but I'm going to see if we can find anyone else on wet tires. I don't think that's going to be the case. For now, let's have a quick word with Nakarin, because I can see them still scrambling to get that front tire off now. So let's try and squeeze through the sea of people. We got celebrities in the field as well, so that's why the media presence is large. Nakarin, the conditions right now, very tricky. It seems 50-50, but we see you going for the dry tires, as is for Zakwan as well. Can you tell us how it's looking?
Yeah, it look like coming dry 100%. I think we'll go with dry tire. First, I just want to check with wet tire for confirm.
Thanks so much, Nakarin. Good luck with this race. Right. And now we're going to head down to the second row. We're just going to go squeeze through the people. Excuse me, sorry. And now we're going to have a quick word with Aslan Shah, who is, if people remember, quite an expert when it comes to tire choice and taking the gamble with dry tires only. He's just checking something real quick. They're not too certain about something on the bike, and Aslan getting really hydrated there. Just gonna try to grab a quick word with him. Aslan, can we have a quick word? So the conditions 50-50 by the looks of it, but I think everyone's getting onto the dry tires. How are you feeling about this?
It's crazy because it's 50-50, so it's going to be slippery. Everybody must be careful in the first few laps, and we just gonna pray for the dry line and gonna stay there.
So you've chosen dry then?
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Aslan. Good luck for this race. Now we're gonna head a couple more rows back to Cameron Dunker, the young 17-year-old Aussie who's come here and really put on a good show. He qualified only 1.2 seconds off the pace from the top. So let's have a quick word with Cameron. So let's try to squeeze in between. Cameron, the conditions are 50-50 as your first time on Dunlops as well, but everyone's pretty much gone for the dries. How are you feeling about this?
Yeah, you know, we had this not too long ago in Australia, and we just got to try and manage the situation as best as we can. So, yeah, I mean, we've gone, I think, the same as everyone else, and we'll see how the race plays out.
All right, thank you so much, Cameron. Good luck for this race. Back to you, Phil and Barry.
Yeah, thanks very much, Daniel. Great to hear from Cameron Dunker there. Just a recap of Cameron Dunker for those people that don't really know much about this young man from Australia. He competed in the Blue Crew Junior Cup, was immediately spotted as a talent, stepped up to the Yamaha R3 Cup and Supersport 300, took out the championship in a couple of years, went on to the Supersport 600 Championship, took that out in his first year, and then moved up to Superbike. This is his second year, and there is another Australian who needs no introduction to anyone that's watched MotoGP. One of the wildest and most sensational MotoGP riders ever, Mr. Squiggle himself, Gary McCoy.
Gary McCoy, what a legend, literally a legend.
And is the coach of the Blue Crew Junior Cup, and here this weekend helping out Hunter Corney, who he's been coaching for many, many years, not just while Hunter Corney was in the Blue Crew Junior Cup.
Fantastic to have Gary McCoy here at Chang International Circuit. And as we heard, everybody's taking the gamble that it's going to get drier rather than wetter during this race, but it is, as Aslan Shah wisely said, everybody needs to be careful.
You can see the sun now. The town is fully visible of Buriram, not too far from the circuit, whereas before we couldn't even see it, Barry, but there is sunlight now glinting off some of the buildings over there, so hopefully the sun will stay out for another 10 laps and we can get this race in.
Okay, we're going to go back down to Daniel on the grid.
All right, so we have a lot of special guests on the grid, but there's someone who is quite the legend when it comes to two-wheels motorsport, the king of sliding himself, Gary McCoy. So right now, what do you think of the Asia Road Racing Championship so far that you've been here for round one?
Yeah, look, it's great. It's the first time I've been here, and yeah, no, it's a great championship, a lot of mixed classes, obviously some mixed conditions, you know, in the last couple of races, and we'll wait and see what happens in this race. But yeah, no, it's really great, and good to, you know, support the Aussie guys.
So we see the majority of the grid going for the dry tires. Is that something that you would have done in these conditions?
Possibly. I've heard, you know, this track dries pretty fast. It looks like there might be a bit of rain coming in, but, you know, right now I think they're on the safe side. So, yeah, I'd probably go with slicks. And
thank you so much. All right, that's Gary McCoy on the grid here for the ASB 1000s. Back to you, Phil and Barry.
Wow, I'm starstruck, mate.
You know, the funny thing is, because he's the coach for the FIM Oceano Blue Crew Junior Cup, he's out there training the guys, getting them running of a morning. Sometimes it's hard to differentiate who's the kids in their uniforms and where Gary McCoy is in amongst there, because he's the same size as all of them.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. There is our pole man, Zakwan Zaidi, resurgent Zakwan Zaidi. He did a time 1:35.056 to get that #1 position on the grid. And next to him, Akarina Tirapuvapat, still in his, well, now in his second season in this category and looking for his first win. We know he's good in slippery conditions as well. And, well, the nickname of Hafiz Shirin is Pescal, which means the fish.
That's what I was just about to say that. You beat me to it.
Sorry,
and anyone
Phil.
thinks that he should be good in the wet conditions as well.
Absolutely. On that gorgeous JDT Ducati Panigale. You can see the sky looking a lot brighter. So I'm sure everybody has made the right decision to go on slicks.
Well, it means it's going to be a fair fight too, that we won't have riders starting off quickly and other riders trying to make their way you know, around a circuit that's wet on slicks, and then start to come to the fore is the track dries. You can see the track drying there. The wet position, or the wet conditions are certainly starting to dry up now.
Yeah, so there's
back to the second row of the grid with Azroy Hakim on the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia machine, doing a good job to qualify on the second row of the grid.
Yeah, very promising start for Azroy. in this class. And oh, there we go. I'll let you do this one, Phil.
Well, Lachlan Epps, the young Australian who's been racing in this championship now for about 3 or possibly even 4 years.
Third season now.
Yep, so doing a good job. He has got a new helmet design for this year, and was also seen last night putting in a final preparation, eating some high protein meals to get him ready for today.
Indeed, I spotted that as well.
And he's happy because he was the top BMW qualifier, just qualifying ahead of Aslan Shah there on board bike number 25. That's the brand new BMW. Lachlan Epps is still riding his old model BMW for last year, and the next bike, the new bike, will be ready for the next round.
Yeah, and these mixed conditions, there'll be less of a disadvantage for Lachlan.
You would think so, and also the fact that he's also very familiar with that bike. He's not trying to develop a new machine.
Yes, indeed. New helmet design for Apiwat Wongtananon as well.
And that is a good looking helmet.
It is, isn't it?
I don't think the visor situation is going to be anywhere near as critical in this one as what it was for the Super Sports when they were getting away. And look, a lot of riders back to the tinted visors to try and help with the sunshine here late in the afternoon.
Yeah, there's the rider that came within 2 points of the championship last season. There's a replacement for last season's champion. That is Kito Abe coming into SDG, having won the Stock 600 championship for the team last season. Clearing the grid, of course.
A lot of wet tyres being taken off the grid. That is really good news.
Yeah. Very good news indeed.
Well, the other thing is that fresh tyres on, they're only going to have one warm-up lap on them, and because of the delays, the race has been shortened to 10 laps. So I think it's going to be a race where everyone's pretty happy to push on relatively hard from the front. There'll be no worry about trying to make tyres last.
That's right. I mean, the Dunlops do wear well, so time management is not such a big factor in this class. Although whenever it is, Andy Farid is the man to watch out for. Okay, 1 minute to the warm-up lap.
Final opportunity for the last members of the teams to get off the grid, make sure that everything's okay. You can see Aslan Shah's team there just leaving the grid, looking pretty focused.
Yeah, I think he's going to enjoy himself in these conditions. I think the Nakarin's going to enjoy it too. And Zakwan's found a new lease of life, which is terrific.
Well, and who knows what Lachlan Epps can do if he can actually get away with the leaders and just get in that group and sort of sit in amongst them for a little bit as well, because the one place that he's suffering is top speed. If he can get into the lead group and get a bit of a slipstream with them as well, that top speed disadvantage could be well and truly negated early on in this race.
Yeah, very true.
Warm-up lap is underway. Hopefully those clouds can stay well over the back. So we have a look at your grid. It's Zakwan Zahidi on the front row of the grid in pole position, Nakarin in second position, and Hafiz Sairin, the Ducati, on the front row of the grid.
And leading row 2 is the class rookie, Azroy Hakim Anwar. Next to him, Lachlan Epps, and outside of him, no rookie whatsoever, Aslan Shah Kamaruzzaman.
So he's getting a tyre update from the guys at Dunlop. Thanks very much to them. Apiwat on row 3 in 7th position. Andy Farid Izdaha, who one you said to watch with, he can always make the tyres last, in 8th. And Kito Abe on the SDG Hark Pro Honda back there in 9th position.
And the brilliant 17-year-old Australian Cameron Duncan in for MotoGo Yamaha on row 4. Next to him, Junior Samuel Convento and Choyu Zhou for Sabotage Team Asia outside of him.
Yeah, great work by Patrick Lee to get young Cameron Duncan over here and racing in this championship. Get him used to all of the circuits, so hopefully they can have a year or so of learning before trying to make their way further up the championship next year. Yeah. Because Patrick Lee runs the MotoGo Yamaha team that Cameron rides for in the Australian Superbike Championship as well.
Yeah, Patrick made his presence felt here a few years back.
Patrick makes his presence felt wherever he goes.
Yeah, indeed.
A very funny man.
Great guy. I hope he's here, actually.
He is here. He's
okay.
Well, he wouldn't let his team go racing anywhere without Patrick being here as well to watch his team go round.
I guess not. And just looking at these tyres, Phil, Zakwan's going with a hard front. Everybody's on mediums except Zakwan, who's running a hard front, medium rear, and Choyu Joe on medium, and he's running a soft rear.
Imagine it's probably a little bit like other brands of tyres, that the hard's not that much harder in compound, but it does give more stability under braking. And maybe at this circuit, that's what Zakwan's looking for.
Yeah, they've got a new compound, well, actually a whole new tyre for the front of these ASV 1000 machines. So let's see how that performs too.
Right, well, we're just about ready to go racing for the final race on today's program. It is the first race of the 2025 season for the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. The lights are on and we're away. Great start from the front row of the grid. I think you'll find that the pole sitter has got an excellent launch, and he will lead the field as they make their way down in towards turn one. Hafiz has got a great start as well, and he will slot into position number 3. And Lachlan Eppes, he's added him up to 4th position. He's moved forward 1 position from his starting place, and he has got away with the leaders. He's got his wish.
Yeah, great start for Lachlan. The front 3 got away well. Nakarin having a look up the inside, first time into turn 3.
You can see there that Eppes got swamped on the run down into turn 3 for the first time. That top speed disadvantage has hampered him early. He's got to stay well and truly in that mix. I think Cameron Dunker has also got a great start. You can see the Moto Go machine well and truly in that group, right next to Lachlan Eppes as they came out of turn 3. But it is Nakarin that leads them through the complex at turns 4 and 5.
Yeah, good work by Nakarin in the early stages. He's longing for his first win. Zakwan is resurgent and looking for his first win in a while. And Hafiz Shirin thinks he should win every race that he goes into. And why wouldn't you?
Well, I think didn't he finish off the year in pretty good style last year as well, but doing a good job there to hang on to these very fast Hondas this weekend. They've proven to be so exceptionally fast around this circuit, but it's not all about the top speed. They're fast in a straight line, but it seems to be their corner entry speed that's the thing that was impressing me when I was watching them yesterday.
Yeah, the Honda's going really well here. No speed disadvantage to the Ducati whatsoever, nor the BMW.
So first lap complete. 300 kilometres an hour on the dot for Nakarin as he leads them across the line. Fastest rider on track, top speed wise. The next best was 296, I think that was for Apiwa.
Yeah, Apiwa lurking there in 4th in clear air behind the front 3 and ahead of the following group.
Yeah, the new BMW we know is far. How was that sliding into that corner? Was that Andy Farad? That was just like he was literally drifting.
I think that was
Azroy.
Kit or Azroy.
It was one of them was just like literally drifting into turn 3 as they made their way into that corner. You can also notice the braking ducts well and truly needed at this circuit with the amount of hard braking from high speed.
Great shot from the drone there.
Yeah, Cameron Dunkers must have had a moment. He's dropped back to the second group, like right at the back of that second group. But it is still Nakarin that leads. Zakwan up into second, just holding place there behind his fellow Honda rider. And Hafiz doing a good job on board the Ducati.
And the gap to watch as we complete this lap is going to be the gap back from 3rd to 4th. Last time around it was 1.8 for Apiwat, and he's lapping quickly.
And importantly, the gap back from 3rd was 1.3 seconds too. So we'll keep our eye on that if he can actually close that gap down.
Yeah,
no, it's actually
closing.
He's closing down, but the gap behind him is blowing out. Now it's 2.1 seconds back to Andy Farad in 5th position. You can see it's visibly closed down now, hasn't it? The gap between 3rd and 4th. So the new BMW is on a huge charge with Apiwath.
Yeah, by the time they get to the end of this lap, he will probably be with this front 3.
Fastest man on track in speed-wise on the last lap too, 301.7 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, he certainly found the fast button on his new BMW.
Well, that was one of the upgrades that we heard about, was the engine, along with the frame and the electronics have all been upgraded.
Yeah, Zakwan eases himself into the lead ahead of Nakarin as they go into turn 5. And And now into turn 7.
Look how close the BMW is now, Barry. Really closing in from behind.
Yeah, it's going to be +0 on the lap boards.
So Aslan Shah's making his way forward as well. He's got ahead of Kito Abe. So the 25 bike is now closed up onto the back of Azroy Hakim's Honda. Late braking down into this corner. See Epis just trying his best to try and hang on to the back of Kito Abe's 39 Honda as they make their way across the start-finish line.
Yeah, and the gap back to Apiwat.
Yes, Duncan must have made a mistake because he's now recovered and his lap time's only a couple of tenths slower than what Lachlan Epis' is, but he lost a fair amount of time on the previous lap.
Apiwat having a look at Hafiz Shirin now on this lap.
Aslan sliding it. Oh! Hit the back end of the machine in front. I think that was Azroy Hakim, lucky not to go down.
They both stayed up.
He said about how he was sliding it in there, and unfortunately there was just a bit of a coming together. Watch here how he's sliding it in, and then bang, straight into the back of the... he was carrying way more corner speed.
Both of them lucky to stay on.
Yeah, Azroy Hakim especially, because he wouldn't have known what was happening.
Exactly, yeah.
He's got hit from behind with no notice of quick cat-like reflexes is what kept him up.
Absolutely. But back at the front, it's still Zakwan from Nakarin, from Hafiz Shirin. Apiwat snapping at the heels of the Malaysian on the JDT Ducati.
I'll tell you how fast that new BMW is. Both Aslan Shah and Apiwat on the last lap, 306 kilometres, or 306.8. Round that up, 307 kilometres an hour. They are the two fastest bikes by about 7 kilometres an hour over everything else.
Yeah, the Ducati 297.5. It's a huge gap.
And the Yamahas are the slowest bikes with they're back around the 280 odd kilometres an hour mark. So a top speed differential of 25 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, it does hamper them in this class.
And also the only bikes without any aero assistance on them as well.
Yeah, now it looks like a bit of a break from the front two.
Yep, Nakarin's trying hard to go with the fellow Honda rider. And I think Hafiz is about to get swallowed up by a rampaging BMW ridden by Apiwat.
Yeah, Apiwat doesn't want that gap to open up any further, so he's going to do everything he can to get past Hafiz.
He's going to light the afterburners once again as soon as they get anywhere near a straight line. The other thing is you have a look at it, the Ducati virtually has got no screen for Hafiz to actually try and get behind. Look how high the front fairing and screen is on that new BMW. That's got to be assisting with the top speed.
Yeah.
The Hondas, though, are doing a great job here. Have a look at the front end of those machines, those Showa forks with the blue nitriding on the forks. They look absolutely sensational.
Also, yeah, they do. They're beautiful looking bikes.
Also running the Nissan brakes as well, which they don't seem to be having any troubles with the Nissan brakes in the heavy braking areas as well.
Yeah, in Nakarin's pit there in the top photo with the big boss of Honda Racing Thailand and one of the show technicians.
You see Zakwan there really starting to move around as he came down into turn 12, really putting the pressure on. So 5 laps down, 5 laps to go. Half race distance is complete. 1:35.96, the fastest lap of the race, just done by Zakwan Zahidi as he pushes on at the front, and that's clearly evident now as that gap has opened up to, I reckon that's probably getting up to about 0.3, 0.4 of a second. Closes up again as they come on the brakes into to turn 3.
It does, and I think I just saw Apiwat. I think he got through at turn 3 in the background. Let's see next time we get a wider shot.
Yeah, would have used the top speed advantage down that straight. In fact, I think he's not only got ahead, I think he may have left Hafiz Sirin in his wake.
Yeah,
you can see there, it's a couple of bike length gap back to Hafiz, who's trying to stay with the brand new BMW M1000 RR.
And now Apiwat's mission, he won't be worrying about what's behind him. He'll be absolutely laser focused on what's in front of him up the road.
Did you see the bike starting to move around there? You can see how hard he's pushing that BMW.
Yeah, let's take a look at the lap times now. He's through.
Well, this is, if whatever top speed he does on this lap is not going to be with any slipstream assistance either, is it, Barry? Oh, on the brakes, closing up. Nakarin has closed right up onto the back of Zakwan Zahidi's machine.
Yeah, Nakarin very quick in sector 2 on that lap, so he's closing the gap again.
Yeah, that's the fastest sector 2 of the race.
Yeah, 36.018. Is that the fastest lap?
And
yeah.
he was 1/10 of a second faster than what Zakwan was on the last lap.
And the gap back to Apiwat, 2.4 seconds behind Nakarin.
Still Zakwan, the only rider to dip into the 35s. It was on lap 5 with a 35.96.
Nakarin really putting the pressure on Zakwan now.
Well, you can also see Andy Farrad is also starting to charge forward as well, and to keep the difference in lap times between him and Hafiz in our minds as well as this race starts to get into the second half.
And Nakarin's through. So he returns to the lead from Zakwan. He was quick last time around.
What can he do now that he's got into the lead?
There's his boss. They put him through to Moto 3 right from when he was a kid. So this is a real moment. They know they're looking for their first win for Nakarin. But it's not done yet, and Zakwan is certainly not done yet.
It certainly won't be the first win for Zakwan.
Absolutely.
So here we go across the line. That is 7 laps complete. 3 laps to go. I think you quoted it before, Barry. This is about the start of business time, isn't it? These last 3 laps.
It certainly is.
The gap back to Apiwat is now 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, Apiwat hasn't got the pace to close it down, and he's not getting away from Hafiz either.
No, their lap times were pretty much the same on the last lap. And you can see, in fact, it's going to be a 4-bike battle very shortly, because closing in from behind is Andy Farrad and also Kito Abe.
Yeah, Andy Farrad, as we say, late in the race, although this is a short race.
So there's Aslan Shah closing in on Azroy Hakim as well. Still no one's beaten that 306.8 kilometre an hour top speed.
There goes Hafiz.
Yeah, that was a good move.
Yeah, he's got himself past Apiwat. So this battle for the 3rd step of the podium.
Just wondering if Apiwat made a mistake on the brakes there is what has allowed Hafiz to close up. And then now, but look what's closing in from behind. It's Andy Farrad and Kito Abe. They're right with him now.
Yeah, I think Apiwat's pace has dropped off. Not just, I don't think it was an error. I think his pace is just coming off a bit.
Well, he did a 36.4 on the last lap. Let's have a look and see what his pace is on this lap. Also have a look at the pace of Hafiz as well.
And if with 2 laps to go, he's got Andy Faridis-Dehar behind him, he's got something else he needs to think about.
Well, I think he's going to have him behind him. So the pace for Apiwat on the last lap was a 36.4. No, that was pretty much... Oh, actually, no, it was a 37.3. 36.4 was his fastest lap. So a 37.3. And Hafiz was 0.4 of a second faster on the last lap as well. That's why he's been able to get out into that little lead.
Yeah, this is a good race from Kito Abe as well. Back there in 6th currently, but with a chance of catching the podium battle.
No one's catching these two though, Barry. That's Nakarin and Zakwan Zahidi. Currently with Nakarin, the Thai rider, leading.
Yeah, really feels he's due that first win at the start of his 2nd season in this class.
Oh, big move coming there. Oh, I thought Zakwan was going up the inside.
But Zakwan in a similar kind of position, not having had a win for a long time, and he's come into this season resurgent. He's also riding in World Superbike, so that won't have done any damage to his skills.
No, and also his bike fitness and time on the motorcycle and everything as well. Thought he was going to have a get. You could see the front end under immense pressure there. You could see the front end just pattering as he got on the brakes into turn 12.
A little rehearsal then.
Well, here we go. This is the last lap, 4.5 kilometres to go. Also 4.5 kilometres for Hafiz Sayarun to try and hold out three riders that desperately want that last place on the podium, led by Apiwath, Andy Farad, Izdihar and Kito Abe right behind the two of them. But the battle for first and second. Well, sliding in on the brakes into turn 3. Oh, crossed up and sideways.
He was too hot. That could hand the first win of...
Well, he's lost a lot of momentum, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's going to struggle to get it back now.
So this could be Nakarin heading now for his first win. I think he set sail for the finish. He knows how deep and late Zakwan was in there. I think he sees his chance, but I think Zakwan's going to come back. He's going to be back with him as they come down the straight for the final time. And I reckon he's not going to die wondering. He's going to definitely launch an attack at that last corner.
Yep, and Hafiz looks as though he's got P3 sewn up, but he's got some really hot competition behind him. Let's go back to the front.
Look at that, Zakwan's right on him again. Didn't take long for him to get that momentum built up, get the full head of steam.
That's it, into the tight turn 9.
You know, Nakarin has ridden that sector of the track perfectly. If anything, he's managed to pull out a bike length or two as they come down the final straight for the final time. It's going to come down to the last corner, Barry, and I don't think that Zakwan is close enough. All that Nakarin has to do is negotiate this corner safely. He almost doesn't. He gets on the power, he gets across the line, and he just takes the win. What a close fought thing. Hafiz will just hold on to third position as well under immense pressure from Apiwath. I thought it was almost going to end in tears there on the way out of the final corner though, because the bike was sideways, it was sliding, but he still managed to take his first win. Nakarin on the Honda CBR 1000 takes the win by 0.241 of a second.
Absolutely. Jubilation in the Honda Racing Thailand garage. Nakarin and Zakwan are friends, and as is Andy Farid Izdihar. And he couldn't make his late charge in that race, but this will mean the world to Nakarin Atiraphuvapat. Chip Nakarin has got his first win in the ASB 1000 category.
Well,
with
Thai
ARRC.
rider, Thai team, at a Thai circuit, no better way to do it than at home.
That's right, and you can see what it means.
They might not make it to the podium presentation. They'll be too busy celebrating. Let's have a look at that across the line on the back wheel to take the win. But we need to rewind it back to the exit of the next corner to see where it all so very, very nearly went wrong for him. He was just super hard on the gas as he came out of that last corner. The bike was sliding, but in the end, it was a great result, a great win.
He likes to ride loose, but this will be very well received. The crowd, of course, on their feet. Brilliant stuff.
Well, there's the confirmation of your results. It was Nakarin that took the win by 0.241 of a second over Zakwan Zahidi, and Hafiz Sayarun took that last place on the podium despite the immense pressure on the last lap.
Apiwath Montananon pushed and pushed on his first outing on the A1 Energy BMW, couldn't quite make it to the podium. Kito Abe, great first race from him for STG Heart Pro in this class. And Andy Farid Izdihar, 6th place.
Yeah, Aslan Shah took 7th place on the second of the A1 Energy BMWs, and Azroy Hakim on the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia machine took out position number 9. The Savitar Team Asia rider Lachlan Epps took P9. Cameron Dunker in his first ever race in the ASB Class 4, the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships, took 10th, and Junior Samuel Convino finished in 11th with TU Joe finishing 1 lap down on the second of the Savitar Asia machines.
Yeah, what a race.
Well, it's always good when someone gets their first race win, and no better when it's a home rider taking his first ever win in front of an adoring home crowd.
Yeah, very popular lad as well. I'm sure you've seen him smiling and relaxed in the pit lane and the paddock fill.
You don't see many Thai riders not smiling.
That's true. Yeah, but he's smiling a little bit extra today. Yep.
He certainly is. You'll be able to see the smile underneath that helmet, I reckon.
Yeah, you can see it's not just the team, it's the suppliers as well, the show technicians around there who are celebrating. It's Kun Alak, the big boss for Honda Racing Thailand. Done so much for the sport over the years. Absolutely delighted. They're on TV.
Well, even the local fans are very happy. They all want to take home memories of this moment as well.
Yeah, they will. I think they're taking pictures of themselves. Diligent as ever. The marshals are straight on with the clean-up job. Make sure everything's good for tomorrow.
Well, I think a great way to finish off the program too, with an extremely exciting race.
Yeah, great stuff. Great race between this rider here, Zakwan, and Nakarin.
Can't wait to hear from our top three, especially the home man. The emotion's going to come through, I think, in this interview.
Yeah.
He's going to be over the moon with his first ever race win.
Let's go to... okay. Just wait. Just waiting to get everybody ready in Park for May.
That's one of the hardest things when the riders come back to Park for May. They're full of adrenaline, trying to get them organised and get them to the interview.
Okay, they're ready now. We'll go to Daniel.
Down at Park Ferme with P3, Hafiz shot in. Hafiz, in the initial part, it was trying to chase up the riders in the front, and then in the end, it was a bit of a gap, and then on the last second, it was a bit of a battle with Apiwat, but you managed to finish on a fantastic way. So tell us about that race.
We tried to arrive in the podium. I know that the weekend will be tough for us since last year to challenge the Honda here was possible, but we need time to set up the bike because I try, but we just get close, but not enough to stay until the end. But anyway, it's a good race, fighting with the Apiwat, the upcoming new riders since 2019 that he last rode the 1000 bike. But anyway, this third place at the moment is enough for me. But we try tomorrow to improve the bike a little bit. On some sector was very easy to lose with the Honda, especially even I have a slipstream, but we have a same speed. So yeah, we will see tomorrow. Anyway, thank you very much to the team because work hard since the day one here until now. And yeah, I enjoy the moment with the team. Tomorrow we have another race and keep pushing.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Big congratulations to you. Great race. And now in P2, we have one of the Hondas. It's none other than Muhammad Zakwan Zaidi. I try to get Zakwan away from Sal. Just having quick words with Zakwan. So Zakwan, you fought an amazing race in that last-minute lunge on turn 3. We thought that you had it, but Nakarin just at that line. Tell us about the race. How was it?
Yeah, actually I really enjoy this race. Even compared to last year, this year is much better. It's too much. So I able to fight with the top rider, and finally in the race, I tried to manage. First, I tried to pull away, but I think Chip was fast. I feel that he was behind me always, so I tried to keep the pace and try to follow him. And then in the final lap, I tried to attack in the turn 3. It's difficult to stop, and I make some mistake in the turn 7. Just missed the win, but it's okay. The podium was great, and with looking forward for tomorrow race, I have the confidence back. So for sure, thanks to the team for all the hard work, and yeah, we keep working for tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Zakwan. Congratulations, and we can see that confidence is back. Yeah. Congratulations. And now the race winner for the ASB 1000s, race 1, is none other than Nakarin Atirapupat. Nakarin, you had the pressure behind you of Zakwan all throughout the race, but you did not buckle. You seemed calm. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this race really difficult to know the track because the 600 riding with rain. I try to step by step, and I see Sakwan very fast in the beginning, so I just keep behind him, and look like I little bit give up. But last 3 laps, I try to push again, and I see he little bit slower, so I must to win this race because I waiting this win very long time from the last year with 1,000 class. I really happy. So I keep this victory for Thai fan, and thank you to my team to support and work hard together. See you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Nakarin, and big congratulations to you. Fantastic race.
Well, let's have a look at the highlights of Nakarin's first race win. All got off the line pretty well and made it down into to turn 1. But a couple of riders getting a pretty good start there, but quite early on, Barry, it was clearly evident that the two Hondas were going to make their presence felt in this race. Early on, Hafiz was able to go with them, and so was Apiwath. But in the end, the gap was just too much for them to try and hold on to.
Yeah, Hafiz couldn't quite hold on. Apiwath came back, and that was a really scary moment for Aslan Shah and Azroy Hakim Anwar. Both of them stayed on, thank goodness.
There was a lot of sliding into turn 3, and that one almost went wrong. But this was the battle right at the front as the dying lap started to approach. Nakarin was leading, then it was Zakwan Zahidi was leading. They both had turns. This was a good battle as well, with Azroy Hakim trying his best to try and find his way past Aslan Shah. The BMW and the Ducati swap positions in the final stages of the race, and that was one that Hafiz Syrim was able to hold all the way to the line.
Yeah, this is good defensive riding by Hafiz. He managed to keep Apiwath at bay, and that is no mean feat, as anybody in this paddock will tell you. Andy Farid coming good in the later stages as well, as Aslan and Azroy started to close.
Well, that battle for the podium ended up being a 4-bike battle, didn't it? So Hafiz did very well to try and hold them off. Look at the gap back to third place though now with only 2 laps to go. Nakarin and Zakwan Zahidi did a great job to just extricate themselves from the rest of the field. And it was a battle for the 2 Hondas. Look at this, on the brakes, sliding the bike in there, crossed up, unbelievable bike control. But we thought at that point that his drive compromised position out of here may have been the end of his race. No, on the last lap he was able to come back from that position only a few corners later to challenge for the race win. But then as they came down through the final straights and into the final corners, this one here into the final straight through here, and then around through this part of the circuit here, it was Nakarin that was able to hold off at the last corner challenge from Zakwan Zahidi.
Yeah, he did really well here. Zakwan hadn't given up. I described him earlier on as resurgent, and he really is, and he did say in Park Ferme just now that he's got his confidence back. That was most definitely missing last season.
This is where it almost went terribly wrong though for Nakarin. You can see him there get on the gas. The bike went sideways, but he still had enough drive to take the run to the win by 0.2 of a second over Zakwan Zahidi, and Hafiz Syrim takes the win by less than 1/10 of a second. Takes the 3rd place over Apiwath. Great way to finish off the day's racing here at the Chang International Circuit for the first round of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. Barry, the good news is that we've got it all again to do tomorrow. 5 races, 1 for each class, and it's going to be a great day of racing. Hopefully the weather will be a little bit better than what it was this afternoon.
Yeah, we need to have another look at
Honda Racing Malaysia, Muhammad Zakwan
the weather forecast
Zahidi.
once again. The riders come to the podium. That is the flag of Johor State in Malaysia.
That the ASB 1000 race
Hafiz Syrim is
Honda
lofting
Racing
there.
Thailand, Nakarin Atira Pumapan. And the best team for ASB 1000 race 1, Honda Racing Thailand.
Yeah, Mr. Alak will take his place on the podium. Big smiles.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Thailand. to present the winners' trophies, we would like to invite Mr. Stefan Maki Karapiat, FIM Asia President, to the podium. In third place, from Malaysia, Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. In second place, from Malaysia, Muhammad Zakwan Zaidi. And your race winner from Thailand, from Honda Racing Thailand, Nakarin Atira Pupapan. And now to present the team award, we would like to invite Mr. Tanay Sri Chanvitayarom, Managing Director of Chang International Circuit, to the podium. And the best team for the ASB 1000 Race 1, Honda Racing Thailand. And now we'd like to invite Mr. Stefan Maki Karapiat and Mr. Tanay Sri Chanvitayarom to take a photo with our race winners. Ladies and gentlemen, give another big round of applause for the ASB 1000 race winners. And a big thank you once again to Mr. Stefan Maki Karapiat and Mr. Tanay Sri Chanvitayarom for presenting the awards to our winners.
Tomorrow more. Fine. Well, congratulations to the top three. And that means heading into tomorrow, and Nakarin Tiruphupapat will be leading on 25 points ahead of Zakwan Zahidi on 20 and Hafiz Sirin third on 16 points.
Yeah, happy Bongtananon, new team, new bike, finished fourth, 13 points for him. Kito Abe, that was a really good ride from Kito Abe to bag 11 points for his fifth place finish, and Andy Farid Izdihar further back than we expected. He takes 10 points for sixth.
Aslan Shah Camaruzan just survived that big incident in that race to take home 9 points for A1 Energy BMW, and Azroy Hakim Anwar on the Idemitsu Honda Malaysian machine took 8 points. As we can see, lightning coming from over in the clouds over there, Barry. So I think we got that race in just in time.
Yep. So let's see. We think it's going to rain again. I certainly noticed there was a lot of wind on the podium. We're going to sign off now from Chang International Circuit. We're already late, so we'll see you tomorrow. We'll be back for warm-up sessions from 9 AM and racing will start once again at 12:35. Phil, it's been a huge pleasure sitting next to you in the commentary box. I've been a fan for years.
Well, it's been great to be here, Barry, and once again to work together. It's been about 5 or 6 years, but I've really enjoyed it and I can't wait for tomorrow.
Absolutely. Good night, everyone. Have a great night.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.